and engagement. We gather at a pivotal moment for our public service. Across the globe, and especially here at home, there is growing recognition that professionalization is not a luxury, it is a necessity. The quality of our institutions, the conduct of our officials, and the capabilities of our systems ultimately shape the lives of citizens, especially those who are most vulnerable. Whether we're discussing inclusive growth, climate resilience, social protection, or justice, everything depends on capable, ethical, and future-oriented public administration. This symposium, under the theme Reimagining a Professional Public Sector Innovation, Inclusion, and Integrity for the 21st Century, offers more than a thematical gathering. It is a call to reimagine not only tools and techniques of governance, but the very purpose and ethos of public service. Let me begin by offering a special and sincere word of appreciation to our Honorable Minister, Nkosi Buthelezi. Not only is he the convener of today's dialogue, but also the champion of the work of the National School of Government. The Minister's leadership over this event reflects a rare and essential quality in public life, the willingness to lead from the front by creating space for reflection, generating discourse, and learning. Too often, professionalization is understood in a narrow, technocratical terms about checklists and compliance. However, under the minister's guidance, today's event has been envisioned as a thinking circle, a festive of ideas, yes, but also a space to grapple with difficult questions. The view is clear. We cannot discuss professionalism without addressing power, values, and the cultures we sustain, as well as the future we hope to build. This is a much needed stance of humility and courage as we thank Minister for embodying this. Colleagues, today's program reflects this vision. Throughout the day, we will explore key frontiers in the renewal of the public service, including the future of work and well-being, ethics and accountability, digital transformation, climate governance, decolonization, and intergenerational dialogue. We will not hear prepared speeches. We will listen to provocations and insights that invite response. The symposium format encourages participation, and as a program director, I encourage each one of you not to only listen, but to speak, not only to absorb, but to contribute. This is not a one-way event, but a collective inquiry, both you in the room as well as those online. You'll also have noticed that many of our speakers today are distinguished in their fields, but they also are grounded practitioners. They have been asked to share not only ideas, but also real examples, innovation that works, reforms that have failed, and lessons that may be applicable across sectors and contexts. We're grateful to each of them for lending their minds, voices to this day. They have not come to lecture, but to stimulate conversations. This event is also about building relationships. In the room today are public servants, policymakers, researchers, activists, national officials, and global partners. Let us use this rare opportunity not only to exchange ideas, but to form alliances for future action. And let us remember that professionalism is not only about skills. It is also about dignity, inclusion, and trust. It is about restoring the idea that public service is a calling, and one that requires both integrity and imagination. This event is the fruit of deep collaboration, and we thank all of you who have made it possible. We're here not because we have all the answers, but because we're committed to asking better questions. We're here because we believe that a different public service is possible, one that is competent and compassionate, efficient and ethical, innovative and inclusive. I welcome you wholeheartedly to this space. I look forward to the conversations we will have, the challenges we will face, and the ideas we will generate. On this note, I would like to welcome Ms. Louise Lipan, one of our senior officials here at the National School of Government, to speak to us about the school's fellowship program. Can we give a round of applause?
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Good morning, Minister, and good morning to the fellows. Good morning to the senior officials online and in the room. In 2020, when Principal Busani Ngawini joined us, he came with the idea that the school must establish a fellowship program. And so it was on me to develop and design a fellowship program that fits in line with the mandate of the National School of Government. So the school is responsible for providing education and training. It supports institutional development. It fosters collaboration. It offers qualifications, and it conducts training, examinations, or tests. And the mandate of the NSG extends to all three spheres of government, state-owned entities, and other organs of state. So why a fellowship program? There's amazing senior managers, there's amazing caliber of person, both in their conduct and character, that the school wants to associate itself with. And this aligns very closely to the national framework towards the professionalization of the public service. The fellowship program complements the implementation of the professionalization framework in imparting of a professional behavior, ethics and attitudes from the fellows to public servants. It is, in fact, a revolving door in action. So what do we expect from our fellows? Contributions would be aligned to publication of research, applied research, training of public servants, public awareness of theories and public administration, working with professional organizations, editorial and bibliographic responsibilities, and other opportunities. Our fellows have been working in thought leadership events as facilitators on selected programs in the NSG. They fostered collaboration with peer researchers and thought leaders for publishing research papers, articles, and working papers and opinion pieces. They share insights and understanding on public sector developments, and they advocate, champion, and support the NSG objectives and programs on relevant platforms. The School of Government is delighted to inform you that we have 19 fellows, distinguished and senior fellows. And as we are having this session for the first time in the life of the NSG, I want to remember our former fellow, Dr. Sam Gulube. He was the former Secretary of Defense, and he was one of the first fellows appointed by the former Minister of Public Service and Administration. He passed away on the 11th of July, 2021, and in his posthumous award was allocated to him by SAPAM, the South African Association for Public Administration and Management. The award was for the recognition of outstanding service. At the same event, we were delighted to celebrate Dr. Cassius Lubisi, former Director General in the Presidency, and he received a Lifetime Achievements Award recognition of outstanding service. Let me tell you a little bit more about the fellows. We have 11 men and 7 women. In our session today, we will have 10 fellows participating, and the apologies from the other fellows are due to work and other pressing commitments. Our fellows come from different countries, and we are also excited to include the international component into the fellowship program. In the main, our fellows are from South Africa, from Italy we have, from the United Kingdom, from China, as well as from Cote d'Ivoire. We have a full profile briefing of each of the fellows, both distinguished and senior, and the program director will introduce them on their slot as they contribute. Lastly, program director, as per your invitation to be innovative and to be appreciative of the opportunity, you will see the team of the NSG outside and inside the room. I just want to mention by name, Minister Rufus Ntshabeleng, Craig, Given, Sibosiso, Glenn Rose, Abulele, Keletiwe, and Donna, who is based in Cape Town, the team that have supported us to put the entire session together. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lipan, for that introduction and background around the fellowships. And we appreciate each and everyone for their dedication and the time they give to the NSG. Some of them abuse more than others, but we appreciate their commitment to the work of the NSG. At this point, I'm gonna invite to the stage Dr. Buchabelo Maja to introduce the minister.
No, thank you. Thank you. I don't know why the sound system sounds so sleepy. I'm not liking it. It doesn't sound like it has energy. So thank you, Program Director. Before I invite the minister to come forward, just to say 2 or 3 things. Well, the first really is that the essence of today, there's one key word in all the documents that we've shared with you. For me, there's one key word, reimagine. There is this word, reimagine. We use this word as if it means think, as if it means imagine. When you say reimagine, it means you are throwing everything out of the box. What you knew yesterday is not what you will know today when you leave. So upfront, I'd just like to commit and say, if we leave this afternoon still knowing what we knew yesterday, then it means we have not reimagined. Now, 2 things, Minister, that I think as part of this reimagining, we must just think about today around professionalization. The first thing is that we, over the last, since 2022, October 2022, we conceptualized professionalization of the public service. And then we went all out to popularize, have conversations, have discussions like the ones we are having today. We are now about to action. We need to action, and that is why part of this symposium is to trigger action, implementation, so that we talk less and do more. But there are 2 areas that, Minister, we think that we must strengthen as we go forward in professionalizing the public service. You know, South African people think professionalization is about 1.2 million people. You know, our people think when you talk professionalization, you are referring to 1.2 million people who are having contracts with government. It will never be possible to professionalize 1.2 million people if the rest of the 64.5 million people are not professionalized. So we have to start worrying about broad society, our own South African society, and how professional is it? as parents, what are the things that we are doing in our homes to professionalize our own children? So that's one thing. The last thing, Minister, I want to say it actually as an apology to you. Because Minister Inkosi, and the mistake we've been making, and I hope with this national dialogue that the president has announced, we will correct this, because we've become so used to this mistake since 1994. We don't even recognize it as a mistake. We always forget traditional leaders. We behave as if traditional leadership has never existed in this country. And yet we know we can never wish it away. So we didn't invite traditional leaders today also, so that's why it's an apology, Minister. We are really apologizing. We go out and we say, no, but Minister Begakhona. And they say, yeah, but he was not sitting. No, inkosi, no, inkosi. So, Minister, I think as we go forward, that's one area that we will also have to reimagine the role of traditional leadership in professionalizing the public service. Minister, you're welcome. You can come.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You see, I'm being introduced by most learned somebody here, so I'm very happy about that. Firstly, I want to greet the program director, Ms. Mkwanaz Wale, the principal of NSG in his absentia, Professor Ngaweni, Director Generals present here, senior managers of government departments, academia, all public servants, ladies and gentlemen. When Doctor was trying to explain this reimagine, something came to my mind. I think all of us here appreciate one thing out of this whole exercise, that somewhere we have derailed, because you cannot if nothing has gone wrong. Once you begin to that means you want to go back to some kind of basics to see how things were before. Some time back last year, I think, when we were busy talking about the issue of professionalization, Doc, I said one statement that, you see, sometimes become too technical. Maybe we don't need to professionalize. And some got confused. I said, maybe we just need to depoliticize things, and that is it, because ordinarily, professionalism have been there. DG Berlin, if that, oh, that's not her. I thought it was herself. I'm sorry. So I said, maybe we just have to do one thing, to depoliticize. The rest is there. Naturally, when we grew up, most of us here, I think we experienced this. Public servants were professional, super. Even community leaders who have never been to school, Amakosi and everybody else, these people were professional. They knew things that some of us spent 7 years in universities trying to comprehend. They knew those things naturally. They even understood the fact that when you assume a public office, you no longer have a personal life. The way you should carry yourself out. You see, when I, at home, you know, the old people at home, when my father passed on, then forcing me to come and take over. There are two things that they told me, these old, what you call men and women. They said, we understand your, what you call, your religion. So we want to hear anything about it now. Because you are now leading the saints, the evils, everybody else. You see what they say? There's professionalism at its best. To say you can't discriminate on the basis of what you believe in. Then they told me that never ever wear a short, because you're no longer representing yourself, but us and the community. Always dress up in a manner that will accommodate everybody. Then I started to have a coat on my car every time. If I'm going out of the car, I put on my coat, just to respect people, you know, so that those who don't want to see my arms won't be offended. So professionalism, so when we reimagine, that means let's go back to those very core values that used to define us. Where people will go that extra mile without expecting any incentives. Where your public servants will never go to lunch if there's an old lady sitting on the bench there waiting to get assistance, will sacrifice your lunch time just to help that. So these things were there. So I'm trying to say this is a very important occasion where we reimagine things. We go back trying to find out how did we behave so many years back. Even when we speak about future government, somebody asked in Durban last year, what is future government? People explained in many different ways, no. Then I asked a question, Dr. Mligo, saying, am I wrong if I say future government is the government of the past plus technology? Because that government of the past was a super government. There were no corrupt people there. There were no unscrupulous leaders. People never aspire to become, but they will grow. No one will contest any position. When we're sitting in a hall like this, we'll know that when it comes to matters of education, why should I even raise my hand if there is a professor here? Why? So those were the things, colleagues. So we gathered here under the theme that has two, what you call missions, a purpose and a promise of reimagining a professional public service, innovation, inclusion, and integrity for the 21st century. Today we talk about issues of integrity. These things are inherent in public servants and leaders. How did it come that our system attracts people who lack integrity? Those are the questions you should ask. People should be repelled by the system, now gets attracted into the system. We stand here at a very critical moment whereby the future of our public service is not merely being imagined, but actively imagined. By that, I'm also reminded of one of the greatest artists by the name of John Lennon, who was born 6 years before us, who actually released this hit 6 years before I was born in 1971. It was titled Imagine, where he said in a quote, no need for greed or hunger. The brotherhood of men, imagine all people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us and the world will live as one, close quote. These men imagined a world free of hunger and greed. Imagine the brotherhood of humanity and future of shared dignity. The lyrics of the song still echoes even us as public servants, as we are meant to be the ones who build what others only dare to imagine. I therefore invite us to remember those who came before us. those who gave their lives for this dream. And as we gather here today, we are not here to debate the dream, but because we rightfully inherited it and we are responsible for making it come true. But the biggest question is, how do we do that in a way that feels like it's constantly in crisis? From pandemics to corruption, or from pandemic to corruption scandals, from climate change to digital disruptions, this 21st century has exposed the failures of fault lines in our system. It has revealed that our public service cannot rely on tradition. Instead, it must evolve. Not only that, but it must also lead. It must professionalize not just in form, but also in spirit. As senior leaders in the public service or public sector, we stand at a critical crossroads. The systems we manage were built for order, control, and risk mitigation. But today's challenges demand creativity, speed, and bold solutions. Our citizens are no longer satisfied with bureaucratic efficiency. They are demanding real impact. If we continue to rely on outdated processes, rigid hierarchies, we risk becoming irrelevant in the face of dynamic and complex societal needs. We must therefore move from systems built for control to cultures designed for creativity. Bureaucracy has served its time, and to move from it to breakthrough, we must foster a culture where innovation is not only encouraged, but embedded in how we think, how we plan, and how we deliver. This means moving beyond compliance-driven leadership towards adaptive, forward-looking governance. We must empower our teams to experiment, test new ideas, and learn from failures, safely and strategically so. Innovation is not about adding more, but it's about doing things differently and doing them better. And the first rule of better is to stop managing the past, but start building the future. Let's create spaces where creativity thrives and not just compliance. And creating this culture starts with us in this very room. As leaders, we set the tone, whether we encourage new thinking or we silence it with hierarchy. Whether we are brave enough to pilot fresh ideas, even if it means they fail the first time. The breakthroughs we need in service delivery, digital transformation, and citizen engagement will not come from replicating what worked in the past, but they will come from courageous leadership, willing to challenge the norms. Let us lead this shift, colleagues, reimagining our institutions not just as administrators of policy, but as enablers of progress. In doing so, we'll position the public service as a force for agile, inclusive, and future-ready governance. As senior government leaders, we also need to confront the sobering truth that when service delivery fails, it's not only infrastructure that breaks, but also the trust. The growing number of service delivery protests is not just a crisis of infrastructure, it's a crisis of trust. Every protest, every delay, and every unfulfilled promise chips away our legitimacy as public leaders, and they've become an unofficial barometer for our performance. Some departments, some government entities will claim to have achieved clean audits, but crises still manifest at the grassroots level. You therefore wonder, what is this that we are doing? Citizens are speaking not only through formal channels, but through frustrations and protest. What they are telling us is very clear, and that is we are falling short of our constitutional mandate, and trust in public institutions is eroding. We must therefore ask ourselves, on what axis are we operating on? Is it on efficiency or delay, or on outcomes and progress? Here is the truth. In times of disaster and crisis, We have proven our ability to deliver with agency and bypass red tapes and deliver tangible results. Roads are built, services restored, lives supported, demonstrating one thing and one thing only, that state can be agile, responsive, and effective. Therefore, why do we only operate at our best when there's such pressures? After that, we forget. It's time to institutionalize that the same sense of purpose and responsiveness in our everyday operations. Let's adapt agency as a mindset and not as a reaction. Let's embed integrity by design and not just for clean audit, but because trust is the infrastructure that holds democracy together. As senior managers, we are the steward of public confidence. We must lead with the understanding that trust is now the most critical infrastructure we build. When citizens believe in the legitimacy of effectiveness of their government, the development path becomes smoother, more inclusive, and more sustainable. We must also remember that inclusion is not charity, but a strategy. It's how we hear wisdom from margins, how we design better policies, and how we earn the faith of our fellow citizens. True inclusion means we do not make decisions about communities without them. Instead, it means that our systems must reflect the country we serve across race, gender, language, geography, ability, and generations, because when we exclude voices, we silence solutions. We must ask ourselves, are we truly listening, or we are simply managing the perception or expectations? Are our programs co-created with citizens, or they are delivered to them from a distance? Do our workplace reflect the demographics and experimental diversity of our nation? As managers, we must lead by example, challenging unconscious bias, breaking down silos, and actively building inclusive teams, policies, and services. The future of governance is participatory, people-centered, and just. Inclusion is not a weakness or a risk, but a greatest source of strength in building a resilient, equitable society. Inclusion must be a daily discipline and not a quarterly report. Let us use our leadership not to speak over others, but to create the conditions where every voice matters, in every place, at every time. In doing so, we reaffirm the promise of democracy and the dignity of all South Africans. The demands of the world have changed, and so must the current leadership. The world is moving faster, becoming more interconnected, more uncertain. Our citizens expect more, not only in terms of service delivery, but even in how we lead them. Public service today demands leaders who are not just managers of systems, but also architects of trust. We need ethical leaders who understand that transparency is power. We need leaders who lead not just with authority, but with ethics and empathy. Leaders who walk in the shoes of those they serve. And we also need leaders with an entrepreneurial mindset, those who see opportunities where others see obstacles. Leaders in this era is not about control, but courage. And courage begins with character and is empowered by purpose. Let us therefore rise to this moment, not with fear, but with courage, and to lead ethically, empathically, and entrepreneurially for the benefit of all our people. The public service is not just a static machine, but a living and a breathing ecosystem. It breathes through the people who serve within and those it serves beyond it. In a world marked by volatility, complexity, and shifting public expectations, our survival and success depends on our ability to adapt, learn, and evolve consciously. Our systems, structures, and mindset must reflect the living, dynamic realities. Traditionally, we have approached governance through rigid hierarchies, fixed policies, and procedural certainty. While structure is necessary, but we must be cautious of becoming irresponsive. A living public service is one that senses change early, responds with agility, and reflects on performance with honesty. It's not afraid of reimagining itself in the face of new data, new demand, and new challenges. As senior managers, we must champion a culture of learning and feedback where adaptation is seen not as a failure, but as wisdom. We must move from a focus on control of, we must move from a focus on control to a focus of capability. This includes rather investing in people, leveraging technology, embracing system thinking. It means building institutions that are not only accountable, but intelligent, capable of self-correction, innovation, and resilience. If we want a future-ready public service, we must lead its innovation with intention. Let us see our role not as caretakers of tradition, but as stewards of transformation. A living system is nourished by openness, collaboration, and shared purpose. Let us lead in a way that keeps our institutions vibrant, responsive, and worthy of the trust our democracy demands. As we reflect on the theme that have anchored our dialogue, integrity by design, innovation, inclusion, rewired leadership, and a living learning public service, a clear thread emerges. And that is the need to professionalize the public service, not just in form, but in spirit. Professionalization is not just a checklist, but a culture shift. It's about ensuring that public service is not only an employer, but a force for justice, integrity, and change. To professionalize is to embed integrity as a design principle, not as a compliance requirement. Is to rebuild trust through ethical systems that deliver consistently, fairly, and transparently. We cannot afford a state that only reforms under pressure. We must become a state that reforms by default because it is built on purpose, discipline, and trust. Professionalism also means moving from bureaucracy to breakthroughs. It requires that we unlock innovation at every level, create space for problem solving, and reward adaptive thinking. This is not a rejection of the structure, but a call to redesign it so that it enables agility rather than obstruct it. If we want better outcomes, we need better questions. If we want better outcomes, we need better questions, braver pilots, and fewer barriers to implementation. A professional public service is one where every voice matters in every place and every time, as I said. And inclusion is not a project on the side. It's central to legitimacy and effectiveness. If we are to truly professionalize, we must ensure that our policies are co-created with communities, not imposed on them. We must build systems that listen actively, represent fairly, and deliver equitably. And finally, professionalization calls for a new caliber of leadership, ethical, empathetic, and entrepreneurial. We need leaders who are willing to evolve, who prioritize impact over inertia, and who are committed to growing the public service as a living and a learning system, one that is never finished, never complacent, but always striving to be more responsive, more capable, and more just. In bringing this theme together, we affirm our powerful truth that professionalization is not a technical exercise, but a transformative journey. It demands us not just few skills. It demands of us not just new skills, rather, but new ways of thinking and being. If we meet this moment with courage, we can build a public service that is not only fit for purpose, but worthy of people itself. Indeed, we can dream, but let us also reimagine and do the work, because the future is not something that awaits, but it's something that we build. I thank you very much, my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those words. I've learned a text that says you must pick up keywords that speak to you. So on your tables, you already have something like this. Okay. It's a questionnaire that helps you to reflect. So as you reflect, it has a question about what, now what, and so what. When we say what did you hear? What stands out for you? So what is the significance of what you heard? What does it mean for you and your organization? And now what does it mean going forward? What action steps are required? Now, using that text, what did I hear? I heard Minister talking about depoliticizing the public service, okay? And living up, the second one, living up to the office that you hold. In the manner you conduct yourself, whether in the office or in your general life, everywhere you are always remembering the post that you hold. He said, we need to go the extra mile without incentives. Be the public servant, be of service, always be of service. It's also touched on issues around being ethical and being diligent as public servants, as was in the past. So in Zulu, there's a saying that says, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. So we need to look back, how did they behave? What are the good things that they did? And we implement that in the public service and restore what public service used to be. It also talked about the mindset of agency, that we need to always be agile and be in making sure that the things that we do, we respond very quickly. He also talked about inclusion. A lot of times it is focused on the issue of inclusion and focusing that we're serving everyone without bias. Doesn't matter where they come from, you know them, you don't know them, you'll treat them well. You do not bring your own biases into the room, you do your work, what we are here for. Also mentioned stewardship, so we need to be steward in the roles that we have. And he says what we need is a culture shift in the public service. In our departments, we know a lot of departments that are struggling with the very bad cultures, so we need to change that. And we need to move more from bureaucracy to breakthroughs, where we're bringing innovation, we're being agile, and we're being responsive. Those were the things that landed for me. I'm sure you picked up other things that the minister said, and you will be able to apply that. So as we reflect, we said, as I said, we'll be given ideas, things to consider, and to help us motivate and move us forward. We've saved up some time. I like my speakers today, which means we'll have more time for our discussions in the tables. But I'm shifting a bit on the program. I'm going to start with what we had as session number 3, the fireside chat on ethical leadership in turbulence time, which is a video that we're going to play. This is presented by one of our distinguished fellows. I'm going to quickly read her profile before we play the video. Okay. So the video that I'm going to play is from Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She's a professor in the economics of innovation and public value at the University College London, where she's a founding director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Her previous posts include the R.M. Phillips Professional Chair at the Science Policy Research Unit at Sussex University. She is a member of the UK Academy of Social Sciences, the Italian Academy of Science, LENSI, and the US Council on Foreign Relations. She holds honorary doctorates from 9 top-related global universities, In 2021, she received from the Italian government the title of Grande Ufficiale Ordine al Merito della Repubblica Italiana. I hope I didn't do badly. It's the Italian's highest civilian honor. She advises policymakers around the world on innovation-led inclusion and sustainable growth. Her roles have included, for example, technical experts to South Africans, G20 presidential and special representatives of President Ramaphosa to the G20 Task Force 1 on inclusive economic growth, industrialization, employment, and reduced inequality. She's also co-chair of the group of experts for G20 Task Force on a global mobilization against climate change, chair of the World Health Organization Council on Economics of Health for All, co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economic of Water, co-chair on the Council of Urban Initiatives, commissioner for the Jubilee Report on addressing the debt and development crisis in countries from the South, a member of South Africa's President Economic Advisory Council. We'll now watch the video from Professor Mazzucato.
In South Africa, and this is also some work from my colleague Antonio Andreoni, but also Ayabonga has also looked at this. We can look at different sectors, and mining in particular in South Africa has, is susceptible, if you want, to some of these problems in terms of the lack of reinvestment, and we need to address this, and perhaps we can do so towards the end, when I will argue that we really need to be thinking about the transformation, right, of sectors, not just handing out money, bailouts, whether it's for steel or other sectors. We need to think, how can we actually use that public-private relationship towards also creating certain types of dynamic conditions, which in the very least should be about reinvestment. And secondly, reinvesting in areas that really transform our economies to be, again, greener and more inclusive. And what's interesting is globally, this has been recognized as a problem, right? President Ramaphosa and I met, when was that? 3 years ago at Davos. And Davos is, the jet set place where everyone talks about these wonderful things like purpose and stakeholder value and, the mea culpa moments where shareholder maximization is seen, rightly so, as having caused many problems. Well, what does it actually mean then to transform the type of capitalism we have in this stakeholder capitalism kind of way that Larry Fink from BlackRock, but also these business roundtable executives 2 years ago came out saying, we need change. And I fear to say again, as I did with climate change, that change is currently not moving fast enough. But the fact that this is being at least talked about, there is a talk about purpose-driven business. There is this notion of stakeholder value, which of course means that the value that's created also gets reinvested back into our communities, into workers, better working conditions, our planet, to make it livable, more sustainable. That's a very important discussion for us to hold on to when we look at this redesign requirement that we need, which I will argue in South Africa is absolutely critical, but it is also in every other place I know. And third, I'm still on this initial, if you want, proclamation of how we need to rethink everything. Governments, right? It's not just finance, it's not just business. Governments themselves, unfortunately, have increasingly, I would argue, become weak in many parts of the world because we have bought into this idea that at best, government is there to fix a problem. So you actually, in some ways, have to wait for problems to arrive in order to do anything. And the way that economists talk about this is the need to fix market failures. It's a very important concept, but it's not enough. These market failures around coordination failures, negative externalities like pollution, positive externalities like the benefits of, say, publicly funded research and development, these are all there because there's not enough often research and development. We have too much pollution. We have massive coordination failures, too little investment during busts, often, problematic types of investments in booms. They themselves can be seen as coordination failures. We have asymmetric information, which means SMEs get too little financing. All these failures exist. But if the point is to transform an economy, to be more inclusive, to be more sustainable, to be more investment driven, to be more innovation driven, to actually achieve these very important goals that the SDGs set ourselves, you cannot patch your way there. There is no number of bandages that you can have to transform an economy. That will lead to incremental change. So the actual tools that we require for radical transformational change are often not there. And that's not inevitable. That's because of the design challenge, which again, the minister very much focused on. And it was so curious in the UK during COVID, where also on the back of Brexit, a lot of numbers started to appear of just how much the UK government, and again, I really argue this is true globally, has overly outsourced its own competence to the private sector. We all know government has to work with the private sector, but if you're outsourcing your brain to the private sector, often in some countries to consulting companies like PwC, Deloitte, and so on, that's a problem. Why is it a problem? Because we learn by doing. You learn how to ride a bike by falling off that bike and getting back on. If we believe, as the minister was saying, that the public sector is too weak, has become too bureaucratic, has become too captured, has become corrupt, we need to change that public sector. We can't just give up on it and outsource, activities. How public and private work together is absolutely critical, but if within the public sector itself, we do not have dynamic capabilities, which really go to the core of the executive education program that we've been embarking with the National School of Government, capabilities about thinking in a portfolio thinking kind of way, capabilities in terms of thinking of cultural changes within our institutions so that they welcome risk-taking, but they also learn from the failures, that kind of learning by doing. Capabilities in terms of how to design, procurement, grants, and loans to be as creating of additionality as possible in the economy, catalyzing investment and innovation and activity across a broad array of sectors, then we have a problem. And so what it is that we're actually outsourcing is important, and outsourcing the capabilities themselves can risk to infantilize government. And this is the term that was said by this man here, who's a lord, a Tory lord in the UK government, and he was looking at the data that was coming out, how much we had outsourced Brexit and COVID. In particular, we had outsourced the test and trace system to Deloitte, very interesting, and called this, alarm bell. And so really what I want to do is to argue that in order to achieve a stronger, more capable, more creative government, in order to foster dynamic, mutualistic, public-private partnerships, we have to be willing to question our underlying assumptions, which are often encrusted in our thinking, which then create a problematic government structures, problematic business structures, and problematic relationships. And I'm going to move on a bit quicker now because I think we started a bit late, so I want to make sure we have plenty of time for questions. But in one of the chapters of my new book, I really kind of go through all these problematic assumptions, some that have to do with value, that the idea that wealth is created inside business, and at best, the government can come in and facilitate and enable that process, as important as that is itself a problem. We need to be creating value-creating public institutions as well. And that means we need to think what it means to create public value. We've been working, for example, with the BBC as an organization because they themselves have this concept of public value, which has actually led them to be quite risk-taking and creating new markets very much in their space, as opposed to believing that at best a public broadcaster can do the programs that a private broadcaster doesn't do. They have redesigned or reimagined even what a soap opera is, what a talk show is. EastEnders, a soap opera about the working class, not Dynasty in Dallas about the 1%. That required an internal discussion within that public institution about the value they were actually trying to create. But yet there's so little learning from that, even in the UK, between the public institutions in terms of that process they went through. This idea, again, that markets at best can be fixed by governments as opposed to co-created and co-shaped to serve public interests. these old ideas about efficiency, that governments need to be run like a business and save money, as opposed to actually also coming up with better metrics for dynamic efficiency. If government is successful, it's creating dynamic spillovers across the economy. Do we have metrics for that? Cost benefit analysis and net present value calculations, I will argue, would have stopped the moon landing from day one. Well, any of those SDGs require really bold thinking. We better make sure we have the equivalent metrics to make sure that we've achieved not only the missions, but those dynamic spillovers. I've already talked about this problem about capabilities, but also the terms that we use in terms of what government is for, leveling the playing field, right? No, we need to tilt the playing field towards a direction, which doesn't mean picking winners, one sector, one technology, one kind of firm, say an SME, but very much picking the willing. Who's willing to engage with the societal transformation? What does it mean for state-owned enterprises? What does it mean for large old sectors like the steel sector or new types of services in our digital economies? That's not very useful to talk about leveling the playing field. We need to first decide where we want to go and then transform the instruments to bring as many with us as possible. And the reason I look at the Apollo program, which is not a good, if you want, metaphor exactly for these more social challenges, is that it actually, if we look at what it required for government to change how it was thinking in order to be as bold as getting a man to the moon and back again in a few years, they managed it even in less than a decade, which is what Kennedy had set out. That required a redesign in the public sector. It required radical new thinking about how to relate with the many, many businesses that engaged NASA with that project. And it required a lot of learning along the way. There was lots of failure, as we know, of course, from the Apollo 1 disaster. But the level of leadership, that Kennedy set out, and I do want to come back to this point because I don't think this is about one guy, one minister, one ministry, but leadership also in terms of getting as much also engagement by different actors in this process ex ante. But the level of leadership that he really voiced in 1962 in Rice Stadium, saying we will go to the moon because it's hard, not because it's easy. No one talks like that. No one says that even about climate change. We're going to do it. It's going to be hard. It's worth it. Of course, we're going to screw up along the way. It's going to cost a lot of money, but it's worth it, right? The level of risk-taking and innovation that was required within public institutions themselves, the needed change in organizational structures to be more agile, flexible, knowing when to turn the tap off is just as important as knowing when to turn it on in terms of finance. The need to really create as many different spillovers. As the minister kindly mentioned, my other book, The Entrepreneurial State, looked at how all the technologies that are actually inside our smart products that make them smart and not stupid actually came from many of these mission-oriented programs as spillovers, right? No one thought about the internet. The internet was the solution to a problem. The problem was getting the satellites to communicate. How we frame our problems today, if we frame them as ambitiously as possible, can actually foster a lot of spillovers in organizational, social, and technological innovations, but also the idea that finance was there to serve an outcome. It wasn't like, all right, how much money do we have? What can we do with that money? No, it was like, that's the goal, and working backwards and having this outcomes-focused finance, and remembering that, just like we see now with COVID, money does come out of the woodwork when we decide that we need to do something by any means necessary, but how can we kind of institutionalize that kind of thinking, become an outcomes, results focused way of thinking about our budgets? And the partnerships. We need partnerships with purpose. There's no sector like the health sector that can tell you how not to do this, right? Better. So, in the United States, for example, we spend, I'm also a US citizen, $40 billion a year on health innovation. And yet somehow we haven't bothered, the government spends that much, to make sure that the prices of the drugs reflect that collective creation, that the design of the intellectual property rights reflects that collective creation of health innovation. So partnerships with purpose need to also be governed in terms of intellectual property rights, design of the collaborations with purpose. And that's why I really believe this useful concept of stakeholder value needs to not just be a corporate governance change, it needs to go at the center of how the system is designed. So a purpose-driven, stakeholder value-driven way of partnering. And you know, when they began, they had no clue how to get to the moon. If you look at the early documents, they fudged this big time. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go. No idea, what should we do? So there was lots of different ways to get there. They finally agreed on the lunar orbit rendezvous, but that willingness to embark on a project, which they knew was gonna be extremely hard, itself is fascinating. But even more so, because it was hard and not easy, as Kennedy said, one of the first things they did was change how they worked. You will know, all of the civil servants in the room today, in the Zoom call today, will know that one of the big problems that governments have, and I see this again with every government I've worked with, you know, there's too much siloed departmental thinking. Every department kind of does its own thing. In the UK, even though we have gov.uk, a wonderful digital platform for a government, somehow each, you know, department still thinks within its own way in terms of digitalization. That is changing. But anyway, you know, this need to get departments to be much more horizontal in how they're working, and the treasuries especially. I don't know if the Minister of Finance is with us today, but the Treasury itself working more horizontally with the other departments. So if we want innovation-led green growth, well, the Treasury, the Department of Energy and Sustainability, and you know, other departments interested in these transformations need to work together. So the concept of green is at the center of our economic model, not sort of on the periphery. You know, bringing the peripheral areas to the center to direct an economy requires much more horizontal communication. And it was so interesting where one of the astronauts who died on the Apollo 1 fire, Gus Grissom, he was having a really hard time hearing anything that was being said by the mission control room. And he shouted, this was just hours before he and the other two astronauts died. He's like, how the hell are we gonna get to the moon? We can't even talk here within a square kilometer between 2 or 3 buildings. And that idea that if you are going to be purpose-driven, you need to also have a purpose-driven organization, you know, is key. And it was actually George Mueller who came from Bell Labs who helped with this redesign and having, you know, given kind of key, you know, project managers, delegation, but also, you know, having teams and then having the different project managers constantly talking to each other instead of working in a little silo. And this is the next bit that I just found so fascinating in doing some of the research. You know, NASA was confident about its role. It didn't want to micromanage everyone. That kills innovation. A top-down state kills innovation. We know the Soviet system didn't work, so let's just kind of get beyond that point, right? So what NASA did was they very much directed the show, but worked very dynamically with, you know, hundreds of businesses actually. The total, I think, was like 400,000 people were somehow involved, you know, to make the moon landing work. But how they partnered mattered. And I'm going to come back to this towards the end with South Africa. They changed their procurement contracts. And let's not forget, procurement in every country is a big chunk of your budget. You know, there's no such thing as we don't have money. You got money, you just got to change how it's spent. So procurement in terms of the demand side, right? Not just government investment and things like, you know, the internet, but the demand side that any hospital, school, Department of Transport does is often a very large part of its budget. In the UK, I know because I work with the government on this, the whole innovation budget of the UK government is £10 billion. Just the procurement budget of the Ministry of Transport is 40 billion. So, you know, imagine transforming the procurement budget of all the different ministries, health, environment, transport, and so on, to be one of the levers for innovation, investment, and partnership. But NASA was careful to design it in such a way that it created the right partnership. They changed it from cost-plus contracts, which just really inflated costs because anything kind of goes and was easily gamed, to fixed-price contracts with constant incentives for innovation and continual quality improvement. So that kind of designing procurement to reach a goal, but to foster also a sharing of responsibilities and profits was important because they didn't want to just be paying out any bill that came their way. And they even, get this, I just was shocked to find this, they had no excess profits clauses in the procurement contracts. And so that doesn't mean no profits. Of course, industry has to make profits, but hey, this is on the back of a collective ecosystem. Let's make sure that it's not becoming a gambling casino. And by the way, I do think space today is becoming a gambling casino. If you see what's happening there, it's not really being directed as a proper ecosystem. The astronauts are saying, we can't see anything. There's too much debris, right? We just are bringing in the private sector, which of course is needed, but without proper rules of engagement and turning it into a cash machine where, people like Elon Musk, make billions from that, fantastic. But however, if it's on the back of a public infrastructure, NASA, the International Space Station, and so on,
Hey, I know you are so involved in this video right now, but the key messages we wanted to get you thinking around, she's already covered. Okay, so we want to give you the opportunity to have some time to discuss. So she talked about the issues around creating public value, reimagining how we do our work as public service, how we do partnerships as well, with a purpose, holding public sector, private sector responsible. And when they're getting contracts, there must be incentives that come back for government or some things that they must account for. So there were lots of other ideas, and I'm sure you've picked up more than I did in this one. But I want us to reflect on the minister's speech through the room, and we'll see if we can take some in the on the online as well, and just have a discussion around those issues. The one other element I didn't mention that was also impressive, I didn't know Minister likes nice songs. Yeah, he talked about the nice song about it being a dreamer. The song from John Lennon's Imagine. So as we discuss, let's become the dreamers. He gave us some dreams he wanted us to think about. Professor Mazzucato also is talking about the dream that we need to have as public service to aspire to have. So let's not let them be the only ones that are dreaming. Let's also dream. How do we reimagine public service? I'm gonna open it up for discussion, reflections. There's no one who's supposed to answer questions. So these are reflections and ideas that we're gonna share with each other. We've got 4 mics, and if you've got an input to make, please raise your hand. The mic will come to you. Okay, we have the first hand on this table. Okay, do I have a second hand so I know where to go after? Okay, we have Professor Katz as the second hand. And I'm seeing at the back, I cannot see clearly, that's, yes, you'll be the third hand. Let's take those 3 first, then we'll take another round. Okay. Please introduce yourself as you speak. And for the sake of everyone to see you, we'll request, possible, standing up so that you are more visible for the camera.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Zagale Shongwe. I'm from the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, responsible for social cohesion, nation building, and target groups. I'm also trying to dream, trying to reimagine, but quite inspired by the speech of the minister, and mine might be a bit controversial. The one part is about the issue of professionalism and professionalizing the civil service. The first part of it is in relation to the fact that I like what he said about learning from the past. There was once an advert, I think it was CNN, some 30 years back. Now I'm telling you how old I am. But it said, Africa, a continent whose future is based on its past. And for me, that was very simple, and it just made sense about everything, that we don't particularly have to throw money at all the problems that we have. Sometimes we just have to go back to the basics. So we don't have to, and seriously and honestly, I'll usually say with our GBV problem, government doesn't go into people's bedrooms and so forth. It's all about family. So if you start there, we've got it right. Then the second part, which is a bit controversial that I was talking about, is that he spoke about the jacket that needs to be hung in the car because you don't particularly want to offend somebody by showing your shoulders. Now, we are African and we're in Africa, and I always have that issue about having to strike that delicate balance because my culture is very, very bare-breasted. So on top, we're usually bare. And my wish is for others to be able to understand my culture as well, to say that I can't be like that because firstly, it's my culture, one, but two, also in Africa, it's hot. And that's how we are. We cannot always be in what we need to be. One professor from Zimbabwe once said that, to say that, in fact, we shouldn't even be wearing uniform because it's expensive, we can't afford it. A t-shirt and whatever else or ibai would actually help. But the last one I wanted to make that perhaps is more constructive to the discussion this morning is that the issue of institutional culture is very important. I started at the Department of Social Development in 2006, and I was there for 11 and a half years before I now came to DSEC. And we do have those, what do we call them? Cultural surveys. And we've done them, I think when I was at DSD, about 3 times. I think the issue is in implementation because there's very concrete recommendations that usually come up, but the issue is in the implementation. And sometimes it's because some of the recommendations are actually implicating the leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for your inputs. We're going to take the second hand. Professor Katz on this table.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to concentrate on one issue raised in that talk, and that is something that I'm going to deal with at length in my own talk this afternoon. It's values. The Prime Minister of Canada, the current Prime Minister, Mark Carney, when he was Governor of the Bank of England, wrote a book, Value, brackets, S. Value comes from values. And there has to be a culture in government, in public servants, of professionalism, independence, respect for the rule of law, respect for the Constitution. And I'm going to deal with all of those in my talk this afternoon. But interestingly enough, after the failure, the corporate catastrophe of Enron, a professor of the Harvard Business School, Professor Lynn Sharp-Payne, did a book called Value Shift. And she demonstrated that there is a strong correlation in the financial performance of companies by adherence to ethical values. And those companies who have high standards of ethics have a 25% better performance, financial performance, than others. So I think, as I say in my address this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the ideal public servant, but I think it's a lived values, independence, professionalism, ethics. Value comes from values. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to take the third hand, then the fourth one will be Sister Pumla Williams in front.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Nyoni. I'm from Mpumalanga, Office of the Premier. I would also like to add my voice in welcoming and appreciating the input made by the Minister. Indeed, it was profound how I wish all the politicians could have listened to it. It's true that what the Apostle Paul said at some point, which is quite relevant in terms of the work that we are doing, that the good that I would do not. The evil that I would not do, that I do. I want to say we would not survive the next 10 years if we continue to do the way we are doing things, because the defects of character, of which ethics is central, are so deep in such a way that if we don't address them, we would be inviting more trouble. The second aspect is that one of trust. I heard the minister saying when he was given the chieftaincy or the kingship, he was told that he should actually put aside his religion, that is his belief system, which I believe. But within the religious context, those that go to church will know that trust is very critical in leadership, because trust is the currency of leadership. You use trust to buy leadership success. And as we speak now in South Africa, the trust account, it's depleted. It's severely, affected. That is in the public service. Also, within that belief system that must carry us forward is the fact that my Bible says, you are transformed by the renewing of your mind, which says the experience, minister, that we have emanating from the past has actually created a belief system that says you can only lead as far as you have gone yourself. So to go above, to reimagine the kind of public service that we are talking about, which is the vision, the future that we would like to see, of course, notwithstanding the fact that we are looking at the rear view mirror in terms of where we are coming from. We would need to actually ensure that we think above the belief system which has crystallized, and we embrace the changes that the world is actually bringing forward in terms of innovation, creativity, and all that, because you will attest, at my age, it's very difficult. I don't want to tell you what my age is, but it's very difficult to go beyond the belief system which has manifested, which has created me. So through these interactive processes and the input made by people from various forums or other countries, as we have witnessed, I have every belief that slowly but surely we'll move towards the attainment of the kind of the public service that all of us desire. A caring public service, a public service that will bring trust to our people and to all our institutions. That's what I want to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Taking a hand, Sister Pumla, then we've Sing Faith, and yeah, I'll take you after.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to reflect just on three issues, maybe the two that were raised by the minister, but I think the issue of the traditional leaders. And I wanted to cite an example on the COVID. You know, when we were trying to get people to follow the protocol, health protocol, we were completely out of our depth with getting people in rural areas to comply. And one of our communicators in the rural areas, they said, let's go to traditional leaders. And it moved the needle. And how we did it, they said, bring a script, we will then record our messages. It did wonders because the challenge we had was that we couldn't go face to face. But the traditional leaders did it without being paid, but they were willing to say, if it's going to help me to protect my subjects, I'm willing to do it. And we bought those loud hailers and we drove around in those constituencies. The moment they hear the voice of their traditional leader, it just completely moved it around. And I think I'm getting to a point where I'm saying, the sooner we appreciate the dynamics of our society, the better for us as government. And unfortunately, we don't invest a lot on that. But the issues that the minister was talking to, and I want to argue, which is what the prof was talking about, the ethical public servant. Minister, I'm arguing that the National School of Government can do so much. Mawubolile ubolile. I think we have to get to a point where we see our system working. When you have stolen, you didn't make a mistake. You know, it's something else if you make a mistake. But people don't, they do it with impunity because they know the wheels of justice don't turn. And the last issue that minister spoke about, an empathy, a public servant that is empathetic to the people that they serve. And I also want to argue, minister, that some of these things, you learn them from home. Ukuhlonipha umuntu omdala, you learn it from home, but you see public servant telling an old lady, get lost. And I'm arguing, Minister, that we have to change the code of conduct in the public service. A person knows that when he speaks to an older person, nothing is going to happen because the code of conduct in the public service, there's no charge. The Nehao will come to you and tell you, when's in, you know, the fact that he said, no, hambofa, it doesn't matter. I think we should make it a dismissible offense, some of the behavior of public servants. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna take the last two. I'm gonna give you another round. Just need to take the next session. Okay? Okay, maybe I'll take you. You'll be the last one. So I've got Faith, forgotten you, sorry. And then my brother there is.
Thank
Right.
you. Thank you.
Quick.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Minister, and to the House at large. I think Sis Pumla stole some of the things that I wanted to say, but I will touch on other issues. Mine is the issue of professionalization of the public sector, and we're saying the entire. And when I present the framework, I always get one question. Even yesterday, we presented at the local government with COCTA. The question was, the entire public service, if we are saying, or entire public sector, if we are saying we are professionalizing, there's a problem because we are leaving another part. Minister, I'm bringing this because you spoke about depoliticizing the public sector or public service, but I'll use public sector because it's not only public service. People are concerned, and also I'm a South African that is also concerned that we cannot only professionalize public servants. And I'm using the example of a home because I think everyone is taking it to say values are starting from home. We can professionalize our children at home as mother and dad, but mom and dad are not professionalized. So when we look at, if we want to dream and to see this country changing, we need to start up there, professionalize everyone, starting with the politician, because how are you going to, we've been striving to say we depoliticize, and most people are saying we are going to fail. Because if the public service, we are striving through courses, through whatever, advocacy, whatever, but the other arm of government is not professionalized, we have a problem. Minister, as the head of legislation in the public service, we were at DPSA and we were talking about the 5-year medium-term development plan. And other challenges are with regard to the legislation itself. Sis Pumla tried to touch the issue of unions, but it's broader than that. In the public service, the legislation allows people to be unethical, and they're given a cooling period to go and, I can steal millions and given a period to go and cool off. And after a certain period, I can come back to the public service and reappointed. So I argue that if we really need to professionalize the entire public sector, we cannot allow people who are unethical to rejoin the public service. I am encouraged, and I came here being excited when I came back from China, Minister. So after spending a month and asking a lot of questions about how did they got it right. Sis Pumla spoke saying we need to be empathetic. In China, Sis Pumla, every department or everywhere we went, they spoke about caring, that we need to care for our people. As I sit at the National School of Government, I must know that I need to offer service to someone, and I need to care and to make sure that I spend sleepless night if I know that I didn't offer that service. So for me, I think that also our constitutional values, we need to rethink and put the word caring. If you don't meet the criteria, and we are saying we need to, there's one aspect we have added in the framework to say, we need to make sure that before you enter the public service, we need to vet you, or we said we use a nice word than vetting. But it's more than vetting because we also need to check whether you are ethical or not. Minister, I think that we put that upon your shoulders to make sure that it happens within the public service, that we regulate that who enters the public service and who should not enter the public service, because we cannot appoint people who are unethical and later we sit here, we do talk shows, but we know that we've appointed wrong people within the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning, colleagues.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to make a reflection on the speech by the minister on depoliticizing the public sector, and then also looking at the introduction by Dr. Maja when he spoke about professionalizing starting from home. The reason why we are having challenges in South Africa is because of, yes, we've politicized the public sector in an extent that we forget about diversity and inclusion to say that we are for all people. If you can look at the local government, we are facing service delivery challenges because people, they tend to service areas where they come from or where they have a stronghold. And then when coming to teaching professionalization from home, people, they tend, because of politics, we tend to forget about holding government accountable, because I cannot stand against my own political leader, and that's the reason why people, they tend to forget about holding the politicians accountable. So I think it's important for us to teach our young people to say, raising your voice or raising controversial questions is not a problem. You should do it, but you can still do it in a respectable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last hand for this round.
Thank you very much. Matumi Mawasha, Limpopo Department of Health. I just want to make a proposal, and it builds on a lot of what has been said. I actually left what I wanted to say earlier because people are saying it, you know. Now, one of the things we need in the public service, and it's been said, is ethical public servants, ethical leaders, etc.
and we will draw that from an ethical society. That has been said. We therefore need a massive communication, telling and selling campaign, Minister, in society, to tell this society in very simple terms. Somebody mentioned how traditional leaders assisted and so on. What this caring means in very simple terms, what this ethics means, what we mean by all of that. What do you mean by, what are the service standards that they should expect of this public service? If you do that, then you have a mass of people that assist this process. This public service will then gradually be changing this society from which you should draw this public service. You will be drawing from a society that understands that it is not okay for them to sit in long queues and wait for services forever. Because right now people are tolerant of this. If you go and ask, how long have you been sitting here? They often will tell you things are better comparing to a past where a clinic was more than 100 kilometers. They're not relating, they're not talking of a standard of care that they should come to expect. They're talking relative to their previous experience. They'll tell you things are better. Because in the past I waited for the whole day, and now I'm waiting for half a day. It's better. Now, they do not know that they should not wait for 2 hours. That's the problem. Now, they continue to accept. Minister, I'm going to tell you something that you know, and colleagues. In South Africa, an application for a driver's license has money that should go to the local authority or the licensing authority, to the company that trains a person to drive, and a bribe to the cops. It's built in. Everybody knows that people will tell you, I'm going there and I need 15,000, 5,000 is a bribe. It's not a secret. Now, when you have a society that has come to accept it, and we prepare and budget for it, what are we talking about here? The same young person who is applying for a license has aspirations to be a public servant tomorrow. What do you expect of them? Applications for go home affairs, for this and the other thing. Tenders, when you have done work and you need paid, you'll wait, and you know why you're waiting. You must release that payment. Do you understand what I mean? Now, if we do not talk to this community, and I'm not talking just about sophisticated people like people in this house. That's why I'm saying tell and sell in the most simplest of ways, that it is not on for this license to include this bribe. It's not normal, it's wrong. Now, you don't get to hear these things. And the sooner we run that, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your inputs. And we want to focus on the solutions that we're bringing to the fore. One of the ones that I heard coming up is the issue of looking at the code of conduct, updating the code of conduct so that it can hold people responsible if they mistreat our citizens. So there must be something that is done on that end. Make sure that they're dismissible. Look at some of the laws that we have where people can come back into the system after they've been unethical. That's a solution. Close that gap. So we're looking to have solutions to the problems that we are picking. So as we discuss and we reflect, let's come up with those kind of solutions as well. I want to move us forward now. The first session that we were supposed to have was the future public servant. So we wanted to link minister's speech with the other one, hence we changed a bit. So on this one, we're looking at the future public servant, looking at the issues of how do they behave, how do they deal with rapid change, the complexity demands, the urgent need for responsiveness. And we also look at the mental health and well-being in the public institutions and long learning and digital upskilling. We're gonna have Dr. Jürgen Pille giving us some few thoughts around this topic. Dr. Jürgen Pille works as the Director for HIV and TB delivery at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He's a former Deputy Director General of Health in the Department of Health, South Africa, responsible for health programs from 2008 to 2020. He obtained a PhD from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and has co-written 2 textbooks on global health, co-edited a book on mental health, one of the South African health system. He has authored and co-authored more than 100 peer-reviewed journal articles. In 2018, he was awarded the Karel Stable Medallion presented with a certificate of appreciation for leadership in the global fight against tuberculosis by the KNCV. In 2020, the Rotary International Board named him a Paul Harris Fellow in recognition of his work on child health. In 2021, he was awarded an honorary doctorate by the University of Cape Town. Between 2021 and 2024, he was appointed extraordinary professor in the Division of Health, Systems and Public Health in Department of Global Health at Stellenbosch University. And in 2024, he was appointed extraordinary professor in the Department of Preventative Medicine at the University of Pretoria. I will now welcome Dr. Jürgen Pille to the podium. Let's give him a round of applause.
Chair, good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, fellow colleagues. My co-presenter, unfortunately, was unavoidably detained, so Dr. Simelela may or may not join us, depending on when she can arrive. I need to leave at 11 o'clock because I have another appointment, so apologies up front for that. I just want to say a few things by way of definitions, and then talk a little bit about the how, because I think a lot of what we discussed this morning was about the what, and equally important is the how. But let me start with a few definitions. The first is public service. So what's public service? Many definitions, but I'll just pick one. Services offered by a government to its citizens, work done to benefit the public good by providing services, implementing policies, and managing resources for the well-being of communities. What is a public servant? A public servant is employed to work for government or a public organization serving the public interest. The last definition is what is a servant leader? Servant leaders prioritize growth and well-being of their team members, because many of the people in this room are senior leaders, and the community above their own interests, focusing on service and empowerment rather than control, emphasizing empathy, listening, and building trust. Now, these are all things we heard many times from about 9:15 this morning. The key question, though, is how do we show up? So, and that's one of the things I want to focus on briefly. And maybe we can, I was going to say comrade director, program director, maybe we can have some reflections on the how. So I know the health system a little bit, but better than any other system. So for the health system, it could mean something like people working at national and provincial offices spending a couple of days in a clinic and or hospital. Not only walking around, but providing a service, talking to health workers at the front line and talking to patients who come in for a service. It's the only way you're going to know, or we will know, if the services we're providing are reaching the people that it's intended to in the way in which the policies are written. With respect to frontline health workers, and again, I'll talk about the clinic because that's what I know best, the staff at the clinic would need to accompany community health workers to do outreach work, meaning they have to go into communities and go into households to understand the conditions under which people they see at the clinic or the hospital live, work, recreate, and take care of each other. Without going into communities, without going into facilities, whether it's a Department of Home Affairs building or whether or not it is a clinic, people sitting in national and provincial departments of health will not know whether or not the policies they are designing are fit for purpose, or whether or not they are indeed implementable or being implemented. And that's one of the challenges, that I was partly responsible for as well in the National Department of Health, where I worked for many, many years. That if you don't create policies with a clear understanding of who is going to implement it and how it can be implemented, even if you have all the rands, all the money, it's unlikely that you will implement it with the necessary care that's needed for it to make a difference in people's lives. So I would encourage the fellows in this room and everybody to spend a lot of time at the front line, a lot of time visiting communities. The president and I think many of the MECs at provincial level and ministers at the national level do make visits to communities. But I'm not entirely sure that those communities always appreciate those visits, because the visits are usually around what can we do for you, not what can we do with you. And I think there's a big difference in the way in which public sector politicians as well as officials relate to people on the ground, that we relate to the ground, and including myself there, in the context of what can we do for you. And I think we've now inculcated a system, an attitude, a culture of people waiting for government to do things for themselves. And we really need to figure out how to get beyond that. And the only way to get beyond that is to co-create the policies with the people that it's being designed with and for. And I'm afraid that, 30 years into our democracy, we have not got that right. We still design policies for people rather than with people. And that alienates people from the leadership. And I think, truth be told, our current leadership at all levels is completely alienated from the people on the ground. And the response of people on the ground, therefore, is to burn things, toy on roads, block roads, etc., because of complete frustration with the leadership. So, one accepts that there's not enough money to do everything for everyone today. But we need to make people understand that government is listening, government is working, the front line is working, and that people care. The trust in government, I must say, has been totally eroded. And we've got to re-earn the trust of people. Now, the key question is, how do we do that? It's not by promising what can be done, it's by doing what should be done. Now, I'll stop there because my co-presenter has arrived. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Nono Simelela, who's my good friend and colleague, and who has a long history working at the front line as an obstetrician and gynecologist, working in the Department of Health as the Chief Director of HIV and AIDS, working internationally, including with the World Health Organization, and as well as working as an advisor to the President, and currently she is the advisor to the Minister of Health. So I'll welcome Dr. Simelela to speak to us as well. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, Shogun. And thanks to the organizers of this gathering of, I see eminent fellows, I see my boss from previous times, and many other people I'm sure who are in the audience whom I've collided with and or worked with across the number of years that I've been in public service. I think it was quite a challenge when I spoke to Rufus about whether he expected a PowerPoint presentation, and he said yes. I said, but it's a very soft topic that he has given to both myself and Dr. Pile. You know, when you speak about the future public servant, you're speaking about the soft issues about relating to who people are at the core. I think in as much as we look at our jobs as my job, as in I'm going to work, there is a certain degree of a calling to serving people. So that's what makes the difference between people who work in the bank. I mean, they serve people, but at 3 minutes to 3, the bank closes. And you can knock as hard as you can on the glass door from outside, they will not open the door. Whereas a public servant, I believe, is not the type of person who would close the doors at 3:45. Most of us do, what I see in many of the offices, but we're supposed to go the extra mile and think about, what if I did not serve this person? And I'll start with just experiences that I saw working in the clinics, where you see the most vulnerable of people. You know, there is nothing as vulnerable as being unwell. And if you are unwell and you've traveled a very long distance to actually reach the clinic, and then to be told, well, the clinic is just closed, finished. We're finished for the day, come back tomorrow. And it's dark and you're hungry, nobody bothered to offer you even a glass of water. That's sometimes the experiences that people have in our facilities. So the question that you want to ask yourself is, when you choose to become a public servant, are you aware of these dimensions? Who mentors you into choosing to be a public servant? And I think we do a lot of the younger people entering the public servant, the service, a big disfavor by not really telling it as it is. I think as a public servant, there are various players or stakeholders that are watching you. As I stand here, maybe as a public servant, there is my boss, who also has a boss, who likely has a political principle that they have to work with or to serve, as we say. And as a public servant, I have my colleagues around me who I have to work with. And in working with my colleagues, there are certain values that I should be informed by or led by or driven by, that I live by, that show that I'm able to work with people. And then there's another layer, depending on where in the sphere of government that you work, your provincial counterparts, your local level or district level counterparts. So there are various players that impact on the way that you want to work. And the most stable of all of those different stakeholders must be yourself. You must have the courage of your convictions, that the things that you are expected to do are right, and that you are going to do them to the fullest of your ability. And anything else that is moving around you must not shake you from that belief of the right thing, doing the right thing for the right people at the right time, all the time. And other values that are really very important. Otherwise, the public sector will frustrate you. Integrity, not only to yourself, but to your counterparts, to your boss, and integrity, most importantly, to the community. I don't believe that it is right for us to make empty promises to people on the ground, because then that shows a level of disrespect, especially for the old, especially for the infirm, especially for those that really have nothing that they can say belongs to them. So a level of integrity, a level of humility, and by humility, I don't mean being meek and allowing your bosses to walk all over you and tell you to do things that are not in line with the prescripts of the public sector. You must be humble in a sense that you must be willing to listen. And listening is an art. It's an art in that most times people are not always able to articulate what they would like to get from you. So you need to be able to understand the language of the community person or the community group that you are engaging with. Understand the context and the environments in which people live. Often we say, you know, if you haven't walked in somebody's shoes, you don't have really a right to judge. And that is one of the values, I think, that are very, very central to being a good and worthwhile public servant to have in the service. Leadership. By having a boss doesn't mean that you do not display or do not have to inherently have leadership qualities. You're leading your team if you're a senior. You're leading other people who are working with you to deliver a service. And leadership means being able to collaborate with others, being willing to listen to different ways of doing things. It can't be that in these positions, your word is the final word, and the way you do things is the only way that things can be done. And being a leader goes very, very much close, hand in hand with being humble about what you don't know, actually, much more than being arrogant about what you do know. And another value that I think we often miss, and that makes our services very unresponsive to the communities we serve, is compassion. It's almost as if we hold a view that, well, we've worked hard to be here, therefore we have a right to exert our authority over you. Whereas in fact, it is through the efforts of government itself that you find yourself in that very privileged position of being a senior public servant that's able to change the lives of people. So compassion is very, very important, because people go home and wait, and they wait for that service that you have promised. They wait for that promise that you have made. They wait for the school to be built. They wait for the water to flow. They wait for the electricity to come on. And when these things don't happen, as Dr. Pillay has said, then you start getting very, very impatient communities just on the verge of civil riots. We've seen how people have just destroyed property, and those of us that work in the public sector often ask the questions, but why do they ban the library? You know, these things belong to us, as if we forget that at a certain point, people's patience breaks, and they really feel the only way we can get the attention of our government is by just destroying the very things that they have given to us for us to use. In the first place, we don't even do a litmus test as to, is the library valuable to that community at that point in time? Maybe there's nobody actually who goes to the library because young people don't read, numeracy levels are low, literacy levels are low, and the people who are supposed to be looking after that library, they themselves are not clear about what it is that that service is supposed to provide. So we need to really be very, very sensitive to these issues, which means all in all, our responsibility is to know the environment, know the legal framework, know the laws that prescribe what you do, know the communities that you serve, know the numbers of people that deserve you, that should benefit from that service, work with other departments to make sure that our services are seamless. I think one of the things that we've battled with, and the day we get it right, Dr. Lubisi, I think we have made a breakthrough in this government. Vertical programming, I think, is one of the weakest links in our service. You know, you hear somebody looking for a service and being told, well, that's not my responsibility, to go to social development. And maybe the person has come to the health department. People get sent around shopping for services. We really need to find a way to bring our services together to make sure that that one opportunity that the individual has to interface with the system, we maximize it. We leave people floating, lost in the system, and we then become impatient, not even being willing to stop for 5 minutes to show somebody where the office is, that where they're supposed to go and ask for or ask a question about what it is they're supposed to do. We often make assumptions about the ability of people to understand what we are saying. We speak in English, we hardly ever use our indigenous languages, and we hardly ever try to understand the language in which the people are speaking. It's very forward-looking to have the many languages that we use in our system, but it can also be limiting if we are speaking to somebody who's speaking a language that you perhaps do not have the understanding of. And in that regard, there is nothing wrong in saying to the person or the beneficiary, I'm not sure that I understand what you are saying. Let's go together to look for somebody who can translate to me what it is that you desire. So I think in terms of the future, there are a number of things that I think are very pertinent. A public servant must have an unquenchable desire for knowledge. You must want to know new things all the time. You know, the half-life of knowledge is so short that what you knew today is old news tomorrow. So we have to stay ahead of the curve. When we are fortunate enough to visit other countries, it's incredible how advanced, even on the continent, countries are. There are countries where governments are paperless. You don't see a submission where you require 8 signatures before something is approved. It's paperless, one click, the service is delivered. We really must strive. If I have to ask for one thing from our leadership, is to really strive for paperless government, for quick return on things that we have to be done, for agility, for responsiveness, adaptability. You know, when a crisis hits, we work slowly as if there hasn't been a storm. We really need to be able to say, what has happened today? This is what has happened. Let's move quickly. What can my department bring to the table to solve the problem? When there's a flood, we say, oh, well, water and sanitation and emergency services. We don't stop to ask ourselves, where is it that we can add value, even as a department of whatever it is that has something to do with water or doesn't have anything to do? How can we use our own stakeholders to come and assist at the time that such a crisis happens? So collaboration with other departments, collaboration within the department, partnerships with stakeholders, partnerships with other people who are focused on the same vision that you are focused on. And one other thing that also I might want to close with is a good understanding of how the private work sector works. I think we have an aversion, if I may say so, to the private sector. We just feel that, you know, they're here, they want to take money, they're always out to make a few bucks, they're always for profit. But the private sector has very many lessons that they can teach us, because when you walk into that office, you know that your KPIs are like this, you know that your boss expects you to deliver this at the end of the day. And if we can just take that discipline and bring it into the public sector, I think we can do a lot of things. The methodologies they use, the tools they use, the visions that, you know, the modeling, we hardly ever say, use the time to do strategic planning. When we do strategic planning, we're looking at our own plans, the APP for this year. But we don't do scenario planning. We have institutions outside of government that can help us. What if this happened? If this happened, how would I change my program to adapt to those circumstances? If that happened, what would I do to change tech? We don't do those things, and we don't even take the time to speak to our friends who work in the public sector to share some of their best practices. And the last thing I'd say is just stay curious, really stay curious. And when I say we, I include myself, we tend to be so insular, so navel gazing. My program is my program. If my program succeeds, it means everything else in government is going right. If the next person has a problem, I'm not interested. I'm interested in my program because my program is succeeding. We need to see ourselves as one whole system moving the country forward. We must know what Stat South Africa is saying about the number of people in South Africa. We must know what the other institution is saying about developments in agriculture and forestry and all of those things. You have to have that knowledge because it needs to infuse your programs, even if it's not your mandate at that point in time. So I just think that those few experiences that I have seen, gaps that I've seen in how we do our work, the intractable challenge we have had about balancing the interface between the political and the administrative. These are things we continue to strive to better so that we are sure that we are the pillar of service delivery. Politicians come and go, and we must understand that we are the ones that are keeping the machine going, the wheels rolling. And if I can say this, don't quote me, I don't think we should be scared of politicians. I learned in my own time when I worked in the HIV program, I used to shiver when the politicians screamed at me, until I learned that, you know, actually, I know a little bit more than they do about the subject that I'm talking about. So why should I be afraid or shiver, you know? And I don't think that they would hit you. I hope they would go to jail if they did that. But a little less anxiety around our ministers and our politicians. I think we spoil them, for lack of a better word, because we always shaking, yes, minister, no, minister, yes, so and so. They are people, and they are really keen to learn, but they are not aware that they're actually keen to learn. So I think we must make the environment enabling by being responsive, respectful, but being firm about what we know is right. And that is the lesson I learned the hard way, but I'm glad I learned that lesson because it has enabled me and my other colleagues in our work to really be firm about things that have to be done, how they have to be done, and take responsibility for where we have made mistakes. I think it's important also to be accountable for the resources that we use, to never break the law, in fact, because by doing that, we really destroy the trust that people have in us. Right now, I don't think the public sector is the most, the sexiest career. Right now, we're just seen as looters and people who are just corrupt. It's our responsibility as public servants to change that narrative. And lastly, I think mentor the young ones. Don't be impatient with them. Understand the background from which they come. If you think about our basic education system, our higher education system, it doesn't prepare the young ones for the world of work. I think there are a few initiatives that are going on, but we don't prepare them. And when they are with us as interns, we become impatient because, oh, our tables are full of files. But take the time to listen to the questions that they want to ask and put extra time into mentoring them about how things get done, what is it that they should read, how they should care themselves around other colleagues, and most importantly, how they should be brave about the innovations that they have in their heads, because young people are bright. They really do know how to solve problems. They really do know how to use technology. Give them the space to experiment without making them feel like they're wasting resources. So maybe let me stop here. I'm sure there has been very many interesting discussions in the first part of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nono, for your presentation, and also Dr. Jürgen Pillay in absentia. We're going to have time to discuss this a bit later. I'm going to come back to this topic for us to reflect. So for now, I want us to take a tea break for 15 minutes. So it's 10:15 now. We're back in this room at it's 11:15. We're back in the room at 11:30 to continue. Then we will reflect and take inputs as well. Thanks.
他们什么时候啊？
他们6个小时时差，现在上午
啊，
上午11点，着急吃饭，所以先等开始之后我再。
灯光再暗点啊啊啊，不是这
还有自动
啊
Good morning, Dr. Lee. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, Dr. Lee, we're just on the break still. We will start
Okay.
at exactly 11:30, and then we will start with session 2.
Hello, Kulsum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
I just came from the Friday prayer, so forgive me, I couldn't really join you from the morning.
Juma Mubarak.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, sister.
Okay. Yes,
My
so
timing is around after half an hour, right?
let's see. So on the program, we have the next session, which is session 2, which is technology and the digital state. And we do have, first up, we've got Dr. Eric Lee, and then we have Mr. Kricha. And then, yes, you are at, let me see, at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, which is
So you have been moved up a bit, so you are no longer, yeah. So we have sort of rearranged the program a bit, but yes, so you will be going next after the session 2.
so at 12 your time. Wonderful.
Yes, yes.
Done.
Okay, great.
Will do.
Colleagues, let's settle down. We're starting.
And the presentation, how would the presentation be controlled? From my side?
It will be good for you to present it
Upload
on
it
your
from
side, so you have control on you with your presentation.
better, much better, much
Right.
better.
We will
Done.
start with the session now. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah. Can we help me get everyone back in the room so we can start? Okay. I want to welcome you back to the session. Thank you so much for adhering to the time limit. So I'm moving now to the next session, session 2, which is technology and digital state. So we want to recenter ourselves and plug ourselves into the digital transformation. So we're shifting our attention now. We're going to be using the big screen as well as we prepare for the second session. We will be looking at the issues of technology because it's no longer a peripheral, but it's a foundation of what we do. It must be deployed ethically, inclusively, and with clear public value. As we explore AI, data governance, and the evolving role of GovTech, let us keep in mind that digital transformation is not about efficiency. It is about building capable state that is more human, not less. I will now invite our speakers that are joining us online. I'll first introduce our distinguished fellow, Dr. Eric Lee. He's the chairman of Cheyu Capital, the founder and chairman of the Gaongsha, China, and a trustee and chairman of the Advisory Council of the China Institute of Fudan University. He also serves as on the boards of the School of Sci-Tech Business at the University of Science and Technology of China, the Graduate School of Business at Stanford University, the Asia Society, Hong Kong, and the International Institute for Strategic Studies. He received his BA in economics from the University of California, Berkeley, an MBA from the Graduate School of Business at Stanford University, and a PhD in political science from Fudan University. He frequently contributes to leading global publications such as Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, the New York Times, Financial Times, and The Economist. I'll now want to invite Dr. Eric Lee, which is a Distinguished Fellow of the NSG, on stage. And you will have your 10 to 15 minutes speak. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. I want to speak, obviously, technology is perhaps one of the most important forces in our world today that's shaping the entire 21st century, and it's changing our lives, our society, and our state in fundamental ways. I'm a venture capitalist. I invest in technology innovations, and I want to speak to where do technological innovations come from? Okay, and first I'd like to address a particular myth about technology and innovation. I call it the garage myth. What's the garage myth? Is that a great figure, a great individual, an entrepreneur like Steve Jobs, Zuckerberg, they dreamed up a technology and innovation that would change the world, and in their garage, and they built it from nothing. And eventually, the new technology innovations do change the world. Okay, of course, there's some truth to that, but this greatly simplified how technology has developed in the past decades. Okay, there's no iPhone. So what I want to stress is that technological innovations actually come from a combo of state initiatives and market entrepreneurship. And market entrepreneurship alone never led to world-changing technological transformations. So for instance, there's no iPhone without DARPA-funded touchscreen research or GPS satellites, okay, in America, right? Certainly no Facebook without the National Science Foundation backbone that turned ARPANET, which is the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, into the civilian internet itself. Okay, so the very existence of the internet came from a state initiative in the United States. Okay, and we all know there would be no Tesla battery price curve without decades of government-financed lithium and material science and plus consumer subsidy. Okay, so therefore, technology revolutions are a combination of state initiative and private sector entrepreneurship. You cannot have that without both of them present. These are some of the case studies that I would like to go through briefly with you. The first case is DARPA and the internet. Okay, in the 1960s, ARPA funds, packet switching, ARPANET was created in 1969. In the 1970s, the TCP/IP standardized in the university labs across America. Okay, and all those are government initiatives. Then in the 1980s and 90s, you got big companies like Cisco, entrepreneurial company at first, and it became big companies, began to commercialize routers and then created the internet. So the state actually bore 100% of the early risk, and then market made it universal application. Okay. Second case, I call it Cold War Silicon Valley. Okay, and Silicon Valley was very much created during the Cold War by the Cold War, if you will, at least to a large extent, if not the entire thing. Okay, so the Pentagon and NASA contracted for guidance and chips. So then they almost created companies, the first generation of semiconductor companies like Fairchild, Intel's a spinoff, and then the venture capital ecosystem emerged from these companies and these developments. Okay, so in that case, government procurement, not venture capital alone, seeded the Silicon Valley. Okay. And third, close to home to me, is a company now as a household name called TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation. I remember when I was a MBA student in America 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. At the time, the founder of TSMC, Morris Chan, came and gave a lecture about TSMC. At the time, TSMC was still a fairly early stage. And we were all steeped in neoliberal economic theories. So after he left, the professor and all the students laughed at him and said, this was foolish. It was a government-funded, government-subsidized project that generates low return on capital and that leaves Silicon Valley fabless design firms to capture the high return and let the Taiwanese do the socialism and capital intensive low return projects. But then, of course, we all know what happened. Over a 2-decade period, TSMC became the dominant player in semiconductor manufacturing with enormous strategic values. And the company is worth, if not 100 billion, tens of billions of dollars, and it's changed the entire global semiconductor supply chain. Okay, and the last case, even closer to home, is in mainland China. Our own China's green energy boom that's been happening in the last several years, last decade. Our renewable energy surge was ignited by proactive state policy. Okay, the 2005 Renewable Energy Law set very bold targets and established subsidies and mandates to spur non-fossil power development. Okay, at the time, the entire world was skeptical that this will lead anywhere. If you read media, Western media, 15, 20 years ago, they were saying that China is going to be the leg behind on all environmental technology. We're going to be the biggest polluter, so on and so forth. But we surprised them all. Okay, so after that, local governments reinforced this with cheap land, low interest rates, and other incentives, pushing China from a solar industry non-player, zero in 2005, to a leading supplier within 7 years, global supplier within 7 years. And this scale drove expansion and slashed costs. Chinese support helped cut solar module prices by 30% in just a few years and created a massive domestic market. Then private companies capitalized on the opportunity. Companies like LONGi grew into the world's largest solar panel manufacturer. And the famous company CATL, the biggest battery maker, became the global battery leader as mass production drove prices down. And this co-production model, a state-defined mission backed by public investment, combined with entrepreneurial innovation and scale, underpin China's green energy boom, okay, which is now one of the biggest industries in the world. Of course, the last case, China's electric vehicle boom, EV, our EV takeoff similarly combined very aggressive state initiatives with private sector entrepreneurship. Beginning in 2009, the government offered very generous purchase subsidies and tax breaks to spur EV adoption. An estimated 100 billion yuan, which is about $15 billion in consumer subsidies by 2021. It later introduced a dual credit policy in 2017 that effectively required automakers to produce a certain quota of new energy vehicles or purchase credits from others, pushing manufacturers toward electrification. At the same time, authorities invested heavily in charging infrastructure and gave local perks like easier license plate access in cities to make EV ownership more convenient so this policy environment enabled domestic EV companies to flourish. Okay, BYD, for instance, now probably the largest EV company in the world, began as a battery startup and rode the wave of subsidies to become one of the world's largest electric car automakers. And then we got newcomers like NIO, also capitalized on the climate, launching high-tech EV models and even securing a $1 billion provincial government investment in 2020 to overcome a cash crunch and continue its growth. So in sum, China's EV boom exemplifies this co-production model, this combo of a clear state set mission, and invested roughly $230 billion in the sector through 2023, while private entrepreneurs answered with innovation and scale. And this synergy of government policy and entrepreneurial zeal has made China the world's largest EV market and manufacturer. So what happens when the public leg is weak? Here's what happens. In America, the Trump administration cuts federal support for university research. The latest budget blueprint calls for a 37% cut at the National Institute of Health and more than 50% cut at the National Science Foundation. Okay, so now all of a sudden we hear stories, America's in trouble on technology innovations. But before, they were selling us the story. It's all about the man in the garage. Okay, the entrepreneur and the market, as if it had nothing to do with the state, had nothing to do with the government. But now, when the government cuts fundings to R&D, fundings to science and technology research, it becomes clear the role of the state in America was always there and was always critical, but was never mentioned in their story. Okay, so what does it mean for, say, Africa? For African governments entering, say, the AI era, I believe building a digital state will need to combine public mission setting and private innovation. One, national strategies should articulate where AI can deliver and the largest public value gains. Okay, so public, very important, as the moderator mentioned. Two, create regulatory sandboxes that let startups test models under clear rules on data sovereignty, privacy, and accountability. Three, robust public universities and technical colleges must be protected as the wellspring of local talent and intellectual property. And four, pairing clear national missions with patient public capital, then unleashing entrepreneurial ingenuity to drive costs down and create solutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that input. We'll invite Mr. Johan Krieg, a special advisor to the Minister of Communication and Digital Technology, who's also joining us online, to reflect on your inputs and to also give this input. Thank you. Mr. Johan.
Good morning, colleagues. Just let me get my presentation up quickly. Can we just confirm that you can see? There we go. Okay, great. Thank you so much, colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to address you today. And my apologies for not being there in person. I'm stuck in wet and cold Cape Town, but luckily I've kept the flu that's been bugging us all around here with me. So luckily I won't be bringing that up to Pretoria. So the topic that I would like to discuss today is AI and the professionalism in the public service, specifically looking at how we navigate these opportunities and ethical challenges of AI in our capacity as public servants. So just as an overview of what I'll discuss today is, I'd like to contextualize AI for public service decision makers. Want to have a look at the ethical challenges of AI in the public service, and then elaborate on the need for AI literate professionals. As you'll notice as I go with my presentation, I've tried to keep it a little bit more basic with this talk, focusing on the fundamentals of artificial intelligence and the daily implications that it has for us as public servants, rather than going into the really technical aspects of policy and regulation around it. This is because I think a very fundamental aspect of artificial intelligence and the way we use it is that we risk getting ahead of ourselves if we don't get the basics right first. So I think it's quite important that we start with these basic aspects. So 2 disclaimers. I am not an expert in the technical aspects of artificial intelligence. I took a computer science class in high school, but lasted about 3 months before I realized that it was way above my my capabilities. And then it would have been very hypocritical of me to make this presentation and not clarify that I did use generative AI to help me prepare for this presentation. And I will elaborate on that a little bit later. I think before we go into this discussion, I think it's really important to get a clear understanding of what artificial intelligence is, and just go beyond the hype and the buzzwords and really interrogate what it really is and what it is for our context as public servants. So there are various different technical definitions. I think the most recent one that is seen or informs a lot of approaches to AI from a government perspective is the OECD recommendation on the Council on Artificial Intelligence. So basically, there are key correlations between how different entities define AI. And one is that it is a machine-based system that has certain specifically identified objective, makes inferences, so that can be predictions, decisions, recommendations, that can influence the physical or virtual environment. So I think those are the 4 key aspects. When I think most of us talk about AI, we probably think about generative AI in the format of ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever the case might be. But ultimately, what we seek to achieve with artificial intelligence is intelligence in itself. So the goal of artificial intelligence is intelligence that mimics human intelligence. A successful AI system is not so different from the human reasoning process. When we make a decision, it all happens subconsciously, but we receive a stimulus or a prompt to make a decision. We use the inherent data set, which is our lived experience, our training, our job descriptions, whatever the case may be, to process that information and then come to a decision that makes sense to us. And that explains why some people make different decisions, even if they have the same information. So artificial intelligence is that goal of achieving that intelligence that is comparable to human intelligence. And this is enabled by a set of ever-changing technologies. I think if you look at the slide, you'll probably notice that there's a lack of South Africa's definition, even though we have published our draft national AI policy framework. We are still busy finalizing our policy approach, and we want to make sure that we adopt a definition that is unique to South Africa's needs and circumstances. But ultimately, with artificial intelligence, what we want is a system that makes good inferences. And I believe that is what we want as individuals as well. We want to make accurate decisions based on accurate information. But AI also obviously has its shortcomings. It does not have the level of human empathy and cultural awareness and understanding of social dynamics and complexity that I heard a few speakers raise earlier this morning. So that's something that the AI cannot necessarily do, and I think we need to be aware of those limitations. And then just another point, when I refer to AI, I refer to the very broad aspects of AI, not specifically just generative AI. AI is something that's been around for decades, even though in different iterations. The main difference that we have now is that AI typically was used in very narrow use cases. Whereas now, because of the AI trifecta, which is adaptable and scalable algorithmic techniques, the existence of big data, which stems a lot from our use of social media and things like Google, which is why these products are free, because they're basically mining our data, and these data sets now empower AI to be as powerful as it is. And then the processing power, as Dr. Lee just mentioned, that comes from years and years of investment into microchips and the processing power that comes with computational or leaps in computational quantum processing powers. And so this is why we are now talking about it. It's shifting from a narrow use case to a general purpose technology, which is defined as something that has the potential to affect an entire economics ecosystem. There are various use cases for AI in government, and we're seeing more of them happening all over the world, and not only abroad, it's in South Africa as well. I'm just looking at some international cases. For example, the UK Tax Authority uses data analytics in the live tax return data to increase revenue collection. This is similar to what SARS does with its auto filing process. It uses a system of data that effectively speeds up the process of tax returns, and it increases the efficiency and how people get access to the payouts, or SARS gets access to the revenue quicker. Chatbots is becoming a very popular use of AI, where customers can have 24/7 access to government services through a very specific and highly customized AI chatbot. Fraud detection is something that law enforcement agencies use quite often now. The United States Security Exchange Commission uses it to detect compliance violations, which then alerts enforcement officers to focus on taking action, rather than enforcement officers having to dig through big piles of data and forms. They can then use the system to alert them. An interesting use is traffic management. The city of Delhi uses a AI-powered advanced traffic management system to improve the flow of traffic on expressways. And then a more controversial use of AI is the issue of predictive policing. For example, the LAPD uses machine learning models to identify crime hotspots and predict and prevent crimes before it's happening. I'll discuss the issues around that a little bit later, but just a little meta discussion around this slide. This use cases, for example, is where I use ChatGPT to help me find these use cases. But as is often the case with a generative AI, it makes mistakes. So it was on me to go and verify this information, and I found some mistakes in this information. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as we go into the discussion about how we use AI in the public service. It's also important to just link the use of AI to the strategic drivers that binds us as South African public servants. If you look at the two key strategic documents for government, it's the NDP and the current medium-term development plan that was recently adopted. The core priorities there is job creation, GDP growth, labor force participation, reducing poverty, and building a capable and ethical and developing state. When we approach the use and deployment of AI, I think it's important that we need to work with these strategic North Stars in mind. And I believe there are two areas of implementation that we need to think about as public servants. One is using AI in our daily work as professionals. And I think now it's come to a point where the question is not around whether we use AI, or it's now about how. There is a significant risk associated with blind adoption and use. As I'll discuss later, there are lots of gaps in the way that AI works, and that creates risks for the way we do our work. I believe there's also then that ethical balance between efficiency and accountability. Many of us work in extremely resource-constrained environments. We have massive workloads, and there are some things that AI can do to make our lives easier. However, if we rely on it too much, it does impact our accountability, and I think there are ethical issues around overusing it and presenting work done by AI as your own. And then, as policymakers and executive decision makers, we also need to think about how we deploy AI in the public sector and the country as large. I think many of us will make decisions related to the use of AI in our departments or in industries. And because of that, I believe we have the responsibility to understand the implications and mitigate the potential harm related to the use of AI. And then, as mentioned before, there is a link to national priorities. AI has the potential to really transform the economy, but that transformation can be good or it can be bad. In South Africa, the risk of leaving people behind is significantly pronounced or elevated, and I believe that's a really deep concern that we need to have when we think about the deployment of AI in South Africa. When we look at the ethical challenges of artificial intelligence and its use and deployment in the public service, I think there are multiple areas that we need to consider, but I think the most important ones are these 5 that I've listed here. So the first is bias and discrimination. AI and the way that it processes data really relies on the code that it is built on. That code is written by humans, and humans have their biases that can be explicit or subconscious. The reality is that because of the world of technology, much of AI code and development happens in the West, predominantly by men. So there are certain biases in there that can adversely impact other population groups, and we need to be aware of that. And the ability of AI to perpetuate inequality if not used and deployed responsibly. That also creates the risk of localization, or the challenge of localization, where AI systems does not have the inherent cultural knowledge that we have in South Africa. We talked about diversity of our constituents earlier, and I think that's an important aspect that AI doesn't necessarily have, because we're not feeding it that data that it needs to make those decisions. When it comes to transparency, I think it's quite important that we talk about when we use AI, and that's why I say it would have been hypocritical of me to not elaborate on the fact that I've actually used ChatGPT to help me prepare for this presentation. There needs to be clarity on when AI was used, and there needs to be transparency in the decisions made by algorithms and the inferences that it comes to, so that people understand especially adverse decisions that impact them. That also then links to the issue of accountability. When a adverse decision has been made that impacts someone negatively, there should be some system that allows them some recourse. And then you also have the question around who is responsible for a wrong decision that's made by an AI system. Is it the person that's prompted it? Is it the department that manages that AI system? So that is a really important aspect that we need to consider, that the world at large hasn't really found the right answer for yet. Privacy and IP rights is a really big issue. As I said, big data is a key driver of AI, but that also asks some questions around the rights of data owners, specifically vulnerable groups like the news media and artists. In South Africa, POPIA and our rights to data integrity is really important as well. And then finally, fairness. When we think about the deployment of AI, there are the risk of entrenching social, economic, environmental, and political inequalities and creating bigger problems than we're currently facing, just in the same way that it has the potential to contribute to the resolution of those problems. But I think ultimately the impact of AI can be positive in a lot of senses, but there are serious and legitimate concerns around its impact, specifically around that intangible empathy that we have as humans and the critical thinking that goes with emotional intelligence and cultural sensitivity. And then finally, almost finally, the importance of understanding why it's important for us as public servants and leaders to understand AI and its impact, is because the deployment is happening so rapidly and has such a broad impact on pretty much everything we do. So as leaders, we need to understand what AI can and cannot do. We have to understand that younger generations are using these technologies in ways that we might not understand. So we have to understand that it impacts the way that the people that help us make decisions. And somebody talked earlier about values and value, and I think when we talk about AI, we need to understand the value add of AI deployment. And I think we also need to define the acceptable use in the workplace. It is a tool that is useful, but it can also, as I mentioned earlier, take away accountability and remove the human touch to work. And I think that's really important. Policymakers need to understand the impact of AI on stakeholders. I think education is a really key aspect where that's relevant. How do we approach the use of AI in schools? Our emphasis might need to shift to ensure that young people have the critical thinking skills necessary to engage with AI rather than just relying on it, because studies have now shown that over-reliance on AI does have an impact on people's mental capacity if we use it over a prolonged time. Regulators then obviously need to have a more technical understanding of how it impacts their industries. So then issues like data governance becomes really important. I think as a final point, I'd like to emphasize that AI is obviously a very useful tool to improve our efficiency in our resource-constrained environments, but we have the responsibility to make sure that we do not fully outsource our duties and our obligations to a system that isn't ultimately accountable to our stakeholders. I think that's a really important point to take into consideration when we deploy and use AI in our daily lives. And then finally, this is a little bit of bibliography, some of the sources that I used to compile this presentation, but also 3 of the most thought-provoking sources that I've read recently. I've been reading quite a lot on this. And I think these ones are the ones that stood out to me. One is an introduction to policymakers that gives you a really good understanding of the more technical concepts of AI without becoming too technical. So it facilitates what it calls a level 2 understanding of AI, and I think that's a fantastic document. The QR codes are here if you'd like to scan them. If you'd like to access these documents, or you can just Google them. And then the World Bank report is a really comprehensive document that discusses the different ways that different governments respond to AI regulation, and it discusses some really useful and interesting case studies. And then finally, a little bit more academic is a academic article in the European policy, can't remember the journal's name, but it's about defining artificial intelligence as a policy problem, and it uses the German case as a study. But what I find really insightful from that is the way that we politicize the problem statement of AI. And that obviously determines the way that we define our strategic response to AI in government. And I think I've just found that really, really insightful. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Eric Lee and Mr. Johan for their presentation. I'm slightly in a fix now with time. So I want you to help me manage time, because this is supposed to be a discussion and we want to get your inputs. So as we're talking about technology and AI currently, we're gonna do something. I'm gonna get my colleagues to put it up for us, the Mentimeter, so you don't lose your points. I'm gonna create more time after lunch for you to discuss with us some of these points. We've noted the questions that those that have been put on the online, we will discuss them. We've taken note of them. So we're putting the Mentimeter link so you can put your reflections there for us. I'm not seeing it on there. Okay. So those in the room as well as those online, if you can kindly look at that and give us your inputs. Just want your patience with me, not taking the questions immediately for the speakers. I'm changing the program a bit, and you bear with me. I'm the program director, I have the rights. So I'm gonna invite on the stage Professor Michael Kurtz to come and talk to us. He was part of the session number 6, which was talking about ethics and values, and he's already contributed a bit around the values. He's now gonna expand around these issues. So Professor Michael Kurtz is the chairman of the ENS, specializing in corporate and commercial law, including advising on M&A, competition law, tax law, privatization and deregulation, project finance and non-recourse financing, public-private partnership, and banking and financial markets. Professor Kurtz has led many large M&A transactions, both in South Africa and across borders. He has also led some high-profile hostile bids. Professor Michael Kurtz is an expert in broad-based Black economic empowerment, advisory, regulatory, and compliance, including strategic planning as well as structuring, implementing, and regulating transactions across a wide variety of industries in the BBBE legislation. In 1994, he was appointed by the new democratic government to the chair of the Commission of Inquiry into the Tax System. This was the so-called Kurtz Commission. And we published 9 reports, and they were able to publish 9 reports recommending a significant overhaul of the of the South African tax system in the light of the new democracy in South Africa and South Africa's position in the world economy. Professor Kurtz, I want to welcome you to the stage. It's one of our distinguished guests, fellows. Thank you. Can we clap for him? Just move. You wanna put your books on the side? You wanna put your books here?
Thanks, Chair. Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, distinguished guests. When the MC said I chaired the Tax Commission in the new democratic regime, it was quite a difficult situation. After every report, I got very stringent criticism, complaints, and my young daughter went to a party one Saturday night, and the parents of her friends complained to her about my recommendations. And the next morning, my young daughter said to me, "Dad, I've come to the view that the average South African hates you." So that wasn't pleasant. So if I may, I was telling the minister and people at that table, when Madiba came out of prison, he sent for me and asked me to help him on something, and we became very friendly, and we used to meet frequently and discuss a new South Africa. And at one of those meetings, I said to him, "Madiba, you know, I've recently come back from a conference in New York on government. And I was with colleagues from Australia, New Zealand, all over the world. And the view was, forgive me, Minister, and forgive the politicians, the view was that politicians in government come and go, but what keeps a country intact and prospering is a good civil servant. There's continuity there, there's skills, drafting legislation, drafting regulations. Interesting, a new book published by Ezra Klein, Abundance, shows how in America, with all their abundant resources, there's a shortage of housing, a shortage of education, and it's all because of bad bureaucracy, bad regulations. It's leading to blockages, wasteful. So a good civil service, public service, with a culture of integrity, a culture of accountability, and one of the issues that the MC put on the table this morning is the how. Just before getting on to my prepared speech, I think the how requires, number one, attracting the right people into the civil service. And there's a lovely quotation in a book, Who is Government? The Untold Story of Public Service, and I really recommend it, by Michael Lewis. He quotes President John F. Kennedy, who said the following: "Let the public service be a proud and lively career, and let every man and woman who works in any area of our national government, in any branch, at any level, be able to say with pride and with honor in future years, I served the United States government in that hour of our nation's need." So I think on how we got to get the right people. People must see that it is an honor to serve your country. And in America, for example, talented people as a stepping stone to service in the private sector go to the Internal Revenue Service, the Securities Exchange Commission, then they go into law practices. So we really, number one on the how is attracting the right people into public service and having patriotic people, talented, with having pride in serving their country. First part of how. The second part of how, all public servants should have a performance contract. Thirdly, in our law firm, we all have performance contracts, and periodically they are monitored to see how we've performed. Breaches may give rise to disciplinaries, compliance relevant to promotion. So you need the third feature of how is monitoring your performance contract. And fourth, vitally important in the public service is a good organizational structure. There's a book written called The Fifth Risk by Michael Lewis on the importance in the public service of a good organizational structure. What have I breached? The previous speaker wouldn't have been happy with my breaching the technology. Okay, let's look at the formal. Are you going to, Mr. Idut, or are you going to this one? Okay. So let me start. A public servant is a fiduciary. A fiduciary is someone who holds a position of trust. So let's give examples. A director is a fiduciary. A trustee is a fiduciary. A guardian of a child is a fiduciary. So what I've done is I've selected some principles from private law governing fiduciary. And there are 8. The first one, sorry. Okay, first one is the duty to act honestly and in good faith. The second one is the duty to act in the best interests of your employer. And you'll see there was a very famous case in Lee Behrens and Company Limited. The judge there said what happened there is a board of a company passed a resolution that when any director died, the company would have to give a big gratuity to the surviving spouse. And the judge said, the conclusion to which, in my opinion, such evidence as is available irresistibly points is that the predominant, if not the only consideration operating in the minds of the directors was a desire to provide for the widow, and that the question what, if any benefit would accrue to the company, never presented itself to their minds. The next one, and this is, okay. The next one is fundamental, the duty to avoid conflicts of interest. This is probably for a fiduciary, anyone in public service, the fundamental principle. In Robinson versus Ranfontein Estates, the chairman of a gold mining company bought a property next to the property which his company was mining. And he then sold it at a profit to the company. The court said, where one man stands to another in a position of confidence involving a duty to protect the interests of that other, he is not allowed to make a secret profit at the other's expense or place himself in a position where his interests conflict with his duties. The principle underlies an extensive field of legal relationships, a guardian to his ward, a solicitor to his client, an agent to his principal, and a public servant to the state. Afford examples of persons occupying such a position. As was pointed out in Aberdeen Railway versus Blakey, the doctrine is to be found in the civil servant and must of necessity form part of every civilized system of jurisprudence. It prevents an agent from properly entering into any transaction which could cause his interests and his duty to clash. If employed to buy, he cannot sell his own property. If employed to sell, he cannot buy his own property, nor can he make any profit from his agency save the agreed remuneration. All such profit belongs not to him, but to his principal. Interestingly enough, where all this starts from, I'm not a student of the New Testament, I have to confess, but it all starts from a passage in Matthew. No person can serve two masters. You'll see this was now a very interesting, probably the case there is the most significant on conflicts of interest. So important, it was a case in 1953 in England, and last year there was an attempt to have that case overruled. And the Supreme Court in England said, no. What happened there is directors of a company had an opportunity to acquire shares. The company itself couldn't do so, and the directors, in good faith, thinking that they were helping the company, acquired the shares. The company then sued them for the profits when they sold those shares. This was the fundamental principle. The rule of equity, which insists on those who, by use of a fiduciary position, so if you're a director, if you're a state servant, you're in a fiduciary position, make a profit, being liable to account for that profit, in no way depends on fraud or absence of bona fides or upon such questions or considerations as to whether the profiteer was under a duty to obtain the source of the profit for the plaintiff, or whether he took a risk or acted. The liability arises from the mere fact of a profit having been made. So if a state servant gets any benefit for himself or herself arising from information gained in the execution of the duty, they're accountable for it. So no, and I think this is fundamental, no person in a position of trust can get any benefit other than their agreed remuneration. And this is, in my view, and I've practiced law for decades and taught law, this principle, if it's understood properly, is fundamental. No person in a position of trust can get any benefit for himself or herself and other than their agreed remuneration. Then you must exercise your powers for a proper purpose. The seventh one, in my opinion, is also fundamental to civil servants, to exercise an independent judgment. What does that mean? Clearly, a lawful instruction given by the principal, by the minister, underline lawful instruction given, must be complied with. But public servants one of their most important attributes is to exercise an independent mind. And there are a number of contexts in which that's tested. Don't tell your ministers what you think they want to hear. You are employed because of your technical knowledge, your professionalism, your skills. So governments often are, and it's a problem because public servants think that their promotion, their careers are dependent on telling their political masters what they want to hear. It's quite the opposite. And in any school of government, that culture of professionalism, independence of mind, and also, so not only should you give them the benefits of your technical knowledge, but also when there is an unlawful instruction. And we saw that in state capture. We saw that in Zondo. How many ministers, unfortunately, gave unlawful instructions which were carried out. So a fundamental attribute of a good civil servant is to have an independent mind. Tell ministers what they want to hear and not tell ministers what they want to hear, and also don't execute unlawful instructions. You know, I'm going to say in this context, just an anecdote. When I was chairman of the Tax Commission, one of South Africa's leading business people came to see me, and he said, Michael, your recommendations on the deduction of interest are wrong. I said, look, our commission has considered it carefully. We don't agree with you. But in fairness, you are probably in the top 3 businessmen in the country. Let me make an appointment, come and see the minister and tell him his advice is wrong. We went, and the first thing he said to the minister is, how well you're doing, minister, your government's great. So the problem, in fairness, of governments, no one tells them other than what they want to hear. So you really need a culture. I'm going to give you another anecdote. It'll be just for the fun of the... One day, my secretary said, there are 2 American gentlemen here to see you. They come, and the first person says, I am the financial director of a company called Enron. I don't know if you know, Enron was the first famous financial catastrophe. And he said, here's my deputy. We've come to see you as chairman of the Tax Commission. We think South Africa's laws on depreciating oil pipelines is wrong. He said, we've just been to India. We've persuaded them. We've been to Mozambique, and we're now here. And we just want to tell you that the American government, we're in the White House all the time. We're their advisors. And so I said, what's wrong with our law? And they told me. I said, firstly, thanks for coming to see me. I'm very humbled that such important people come. But I have to tell you, with respect and regret, our commission doesn't share that view. And he said to me, what? You're talking to the advisors to the American government. He says, you know, you're costing your country a lot of money. I said, I'm costing them nothing. I have no power. I'm only an advisor. I said, I think perhaps the only power I have, I can get you a quick appointment with the Minister of Finance so you can tell him what a fool he has as an advisor. So they left in a huff, and I said to my wife that night, I saw some very arrogant people today. Just watch the space. And it wasn't long after that that Enron had a catastrophe and went. So it's vital that you have the courage and the independence to give the advice. I always say to clients and to government when I'm advising, it's your decision and the other factors to take into account, but at least make an informed decision. And I'll give you the advice that will help you, I think, to make an informed decision. And then the last one is that you must act within your powers. If we can then move on, and I think this is very important, over and above those private law principles that I've given, there are the constitutional principles. And every civil servant, every public servant should know the Constitution thoroughly. So if we can have a look, I'll just get to the right. Section 195 of the Constitution provides that public administration must be governed by the democratic values and principles listed in the Constitution, including the following principles. And you have a look at them. These following principles: a high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. Efficient, economic, and effective use of resources must be promoted. Public administration must be development-oriented. Services must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. People's needs must be responded to, and the public must be encouraged to participate in policy making. Public administration must be accountable. Transparency must be fostered by providing the public with timely, accessible, and accurate information. Now, this is the supreme law of the land, Section 195 of the Constitution, and that is applicable to all public administrators, and these are the values that bind them. Commentators suggest that values and principles of public administration set out in Section 195 of the Constitution are in the nature of injunctions to public bodies and officials, the purpose being to guide those charged with the responsibility of implementing government policies expressed through legislative enactments and ministerial regulations. I just want to go on in the presentation, and you'll have a chance to read it, but I just want to go on. If you have a look at 3.3, perform their duties honestly. The Ethics Code, in terms of para 2.1 of the Code, members of the executive must, to the satisfaction of the Premier or the President, as the case may be, do the following: perform their duties and exercise their powers diligently and honestly, fulfill all the obligations imposed upon them by the Constitution and the law, and act in all respects in a manner that is consistent with the integrity of their office or the government. And I just want one final one here. Pardon me. Okay. In the Nkandla judgment, the court proceeded to consider the correlation between the exercise of public power, the service of the people, and the need to ensure accountability for the exercise of such power. Mogoeng CJ addressed the correlation in the following terms. Public office in any of the three arms comes with a lot of power. The power comes with responsibilities, whose magnitude ordinarily determines the allocation of resources for the performance of public functions. The powers and resources assigned to each of these arms do not belong to the public office bearers who occupy positions of high authority therein. They are therefore not to be used for the advancement or personal or sectorial interests. Restore Africa and its wealth are much more than mere excitement-generating slogans. They convey a very profound reality that state power, the land and its wealth, belong to we the people, united in our diversity. These servants are supposed to exercise the power and control these enormous resources at the beck and call of the people. Since state power and resources are for the common good, checks and balances to ensure accountability enjoy preeminence in our governance system. This is all designed to ensure that the trappings or prestige of high office do not defocus or derail the repository of the people's power from their core mandate or errand. For this reason, public office bearers in all arms of the state must regularly explain how they have lived up to their promises that inhere in the offices they occupy, and the objective is to arrest or address underperformance and abuse of public power and resources. Since this matter is essentially about executive accountability, that's where the focus will be. And there was just one other that I want to refer you to, and that's the judgment in Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of a South African, another in re ex parte President of the Republic of South Africa, Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. Quote, "It is a requirement of the rule of law that the exercise of public power by the executive and other functionaries should not be arbitrary. Decisions must be rationally related to the purpose for which the power was given. Otherwise, they are in effect arbitrary and inconsistent with the requirement. It follows that in order to pass constitutional scrutiny, the exercise of public power by the executive and other functionaries must at least comply with this requirement. If it does not, it falls short of the standards demanded by our Constitution for such action." So let me conclude. I think it was a privilege for me to be here, and full marks to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the advisors for organizing this. The School of Law occupies a very important function in our country. And it would be a great legacy for this ministry, for this administration, if the School of Law can be elevated in our society to the right place, to attract the right people in the civil service who will serve with pride, integrity, and want a career in the civil service. You know, we have codes, BE codes, all these where you've got required minimum standards. I've always said it's much better if you believe in the spirit of empowerment and do what you should, not just to comply with a code. And if we can create a culture in the school of pride in serving your country, and not look for the benefits, the personal benefits that it may give. I think this conference will serve a great purpose, and I thank the organizers for asking me to come, and I hope that this will be the beginning of something that our country so badly needs. Dedicated public servants complying with all the private principles, the constitutional principles, and that will advance the growth we all talk about, inclusive growth and that. But if you've got competence in your civil servants who serve with pride, we will have a very different country. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Katz. It's always a pleasure when you have it. Yes. Thank you. It's always a pleasure having you in the room. It's always inspiring. And the values that you expound to us, the values that we need to live by. We can see that, and there's a lot of gems. I'm still asking you, the Mentimeter, please use that to continue noting down. We will have enough time to discuss after lunch some of the inputs. Remember, it's not a question and answer time. It's more of sharing of ideas so that we are able to implement and see how we take them forward. I will now want to welcome on stage online, the stage that is online, our two distinguished fellows that will give us inputs. We apologize for being behind time slightly. Each of you will give us a 10 minutes talk under the theme, Decolonizing and Diversifying Public Institutions. We have Professor Rahid Ben-Sham, who's going to join us. He's a distinguished leader and a renowned expert in public administration and management. He has devoted his 39-year career to advancing the Kingdom of Bahrain development goals through his involvement in various fields such as capacity building, youth empowerment, policy making, service delivery, public innovation, talent management, and ethical leadership. He has initiated and led many successful projects at local, regional, and international levels, earning him a reputation as a trusted and respected authority in his domain. Dr. Ben-Sham is currently president of the International Institute of Administration Sciences, an influential organization that comprises of 4 international entities, 54 state members, and numerous academic and practitioner corporates from around the world. He was elected for the 2nd consecutive term in recognition of his remarkable achievement in reviving the organization from financial crisis to generating surplus. We want to welcome Dr. Rahid Mohammed to the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. Am I clear? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. You've got 10 minutes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Honorable Minister Buthelezi, Excellencies, distinguished fellows, esteemed colleagues from across the African continent and beyond. I'll try to build on what has been just said, to be honest. We have lots of things to share. What if I told you that the future of public service excellence doesn't lie in importing best practices from East or West, but in unleashing the indigenous genius of our youth from within the public service, the private sector, the NGOs, or the broader society? Over 4 decades of public service, from the bustling corridors of Bahrain's and the GCC government to the regional development of the Middle East and North Africa Public Research Network, MINAPA, to the global stage of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, IIS, across the 5 continents, I've witnessed a profound truth. Leadership is not determined by certification, position, age, or hierarchy. Let me share something that transformed my understanding personally. In 2018, through our BIPA Hippo Youth Program in Bahrain, we took a radical step. We did not just invite young people to participate, we treated them as leaders in their domains. The result, their first cohort created the roadmap for the Bahraini youth and established the GCC Youth Celebration Day. They've inspired the government to create the Hope Fund and the Hope Talent Organization as 2 institutions combating 2 challenges noted in their studies about youth. Those 2 challenges were tokenism, which is youth being included symbolically without real power, and the second is the lack of funding for youth-led governance initiatives. But here's the critical insight. When we treat youth as leaders in their domains, whether it is technology, sustainability, or social innovation, something magical happens. Their loyalty transcends selfish needs and anchors itself in something far more powerful: hope. But what is hope really? Hope is not about today's instant gratification. Hope is the intersection between yesterday's wisdom, today's reality, and tomorrow's possibilities. Through our award-winning LAMع program, which connected the private sector and the public sector, youth, we discovered that youth who understood their history, geography, and the giants upon whose shoulders they stand today became unstoppable forces of positive change. I am because we were, says the African philosophy of Ubuntu. Our young people need to know their past, of Mandela's, and their present, Mandela's too. Not as distant figures, but as accessible role models who once stood where they stand today. We need to create for our young people new role models from their age and communities so they relate to mentally, emotionally, and physically. But knowledge of history alone isn't enough. Here is where organizational psychology meets practical governance. Our values and principles, what we call the conceptual level, must be crystal clear. Why? Because our conceptual understanding triggers our motivational levels. And here is the game changer. When youth leaders derive motivation from within, from their own sense of purpose and cultural identity, rather from the external rewards, they become internally driven rocket engines of transformation. Through our NLDP, the National Leadership Development Program in BIPA, we've measured this systematically through 7 studies conducted with the ROI Institute in the USA. The return on investment was measured of the impact and the financial returns, the 4th and 5th levels of Kirkpatrick model, reaching to more than 800%. This isn't anecdotal. This is evidence-based leadership development. Because when motivation comes from within, it triggers authentic behaviors, skills, competencies, and capabilities that aren't performed, but lived. And the collective result, simply performance that moves mountains towards their vision of themselves and their nations. Seriously, I learned this through the hard way. Through more than 100 projects across different political landscapes, I discovered that our failures taught us more than our successes. We did not follow linear planning. We improvised, adapted, failed fast, fallen forward, and scaled that works. Which brings us to a crucial point. How do we plan for such transformational change? We cannot use conventional planning for unconventional challenges. We need what South African scholar Matt Andrews and his Harvard Kennedy School team brilliantly termed PDIA, the problem-driven iterative adaptation. It's not about importing solutions. It's about building local capabilities to solve local problems iteratively. Because our world isn't just complex, it is incomprehensibly complex. We face not just VUCA as volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, but what business strategists now call BANI, brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible systems. Youth equipped with only technology and behavioral skills, they become brittle in this BANI world. We need deeper foundations. This is where innovation sandboxes stop being fancy terminology and become survival ecosystems. In Bahrain, through the Fikra initiative, which is called in Arabic the idea, we created innovation environments where young civil servants could experiment, fail safely, and scale solutions that work, all within institutional cultures they helped design themselves. The result, they innovate not for short-lived gratifications, but for their countries. They volunteer not for the certifications, but for legacy. And they sacrifice not for recognition, but for the future they envision. This, colleagues, is true loyalty, not to positions or persons, but to purpose and possibility. But how do we scale this transformation across institutions? How do we move from individual success stories to systemic change? First, we need diagnostic clarity. We cannot build what we cannot measure. Through our partnership with the Swedish leadership researchers, we've developed comprehensive personal construct assessment tools, what we call the Inoya methodology. This approach maps the 4 levels I've mentioned: the conceptual clarity, motivational drivers, behavioral capabilities, and performance outcomes. Imagine being able to access not just what young leaders know, but how they think, what drives them internally, and how their unique construct can contribute to institutional resilience. Here is an actionable framework for institutional transformation. Step 1, diagnostic assessment. Let's implement comprehensive construct mapping across your youth cohorts. Understand their conceptual frameworks, motivational patterns, and behavioral capabilities. The NSG should consider adapting and adopting evidence-based assessment methodologies that reveal not just competencies, but the underlying drivers of authentic leadership. Then we go for the indigenous innovation hubs. Let's create localized innovation sandboxes within each department, not importing Silicon Valley models, but developing African solutions for African challenges. Our experience shows 67% higher sustainability rates when innovations emerge from local contexts. Third, intergenerational leadership councils. Let's establish formal structures where experienced leaders and young innovators co-create solutions. not mentorship programs, but genuine partnership councils with decision-making authority and budget allocation. As our youth need to benefit and build on our elderly wisdom, we need to reverse the game and start having reverse mentorship programs. Yes, we need to learn from our youngsters, especially in the new fast-moving fields like artificial intelligence. 4, cultural leadership academies. Let's develop programs that root young leaders in their cultural wisdom while equipping them with global competencies. History, geography, values, role models must be integrated into every leadership development initiative. 5th, performance ecosystem design. Move beyond individual KPIs to an ecosystem performance indicators. Measure not just what young leaders achieve, but how their contributions strengthen institutional resilience and societal trust. Here's what's at stake. Research from the African Development Bank shows that countries with robust youth leadership integration in public service show 45% higher governance indicators and 60% better citizen satisfaction scores. South Africa stands at a unique crossroads. The NSG has the infrastructure, the intellectual capital, and most importantly, the youth talent hungry for authentic leadership opportunities. The question isn't whether they are ready. The question is, are we ready to treat them as the leaders they already are? I propose 3 immediate commitments for this symposium. 1, within 90 days, let's pilot comprehensive leadership construct assessment with your next youth cohort. Understand not just their skills, but their motivational DNA. Within 6 months, let's establish at least one indigenous innovation sandbox in each participating institution with young leaders as co-designers, not just participants. 3rd, within 1 year, let's create measurable intergenerational leadership councils with real authority and resources to drive institutional transformation. Let us build not just skilled youth, but resilient and agile leaders. Let us create not important solutions, but indigenous innovations rooted in African wisdom and global excellence. Let us move beyond managing youth to unleashing their potential for state building, nation healing, and future creating. In my journey, from a young civil servant in Bahrain to leading global and administrative sciences, I've learned that transformation happens not when we follow someone else's blueprint, but when we have the courage to write our own. The future doesn't really belong to the young. No, the future is the young. Properly equipped, culturally rooted, and institutionally empowered. It is well known, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. NSG, distinguished fellows, the evidence is clear, the methodology are proven, the path is illuminated, and the talent is waiting. The question that will define the next decade of African public service is not whether change is coming, it's whether we will lead it or be overwhelmed by it. So let's choose to lead. Let us learn, serve, and grow. Let's build the future together, led by our youth. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Professor Ben Shams, for that inspiring words and the challenge that we've posed on us. The room is noting, and we will be discussing some of the recommendations you've given us. I now want to welcome on the online as well, our distinguished fellow, Miss, I hope I'm not gonna say your name wrongly, but I'm trying my best here, Miss Newongo Okai Akibe. She is a senior legal counsel at the African Legal Support Facilities and has been with the ALSF since September 2018. Before joining this African Leadership Support Facility, Oku was head of legal at Chapel Hill, Denmark, with responsibility for legal and transaction support on investment banking and financial advisory transaction, including debt and equity capital raising, corporate and government bond issuances, mergers and acquisition, corporate restructuring, and project finance transaction. Before joining Chapel Hill Denham, she worked as a specialist legal services responsible for providing legal support to the shared office and commercial business groups. She also acted as a compliance officer. She works as an associate at Udoma and Bello Osahi, advising on variety of transactions, including project financing, public-private partnerships, oil and gas, and mergers and acquisitions. We want to welcome Nico to the platform. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Just to make it easier, my name is Ogo, and it's very difficult coming after such a well-delivered call to action by the professor before me. But the good thing about it is that it will also, my presentation will also echo some of the things that he has mentioned. So once again, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. It's a great honor to contribute to this vital discussion on reshaping our public institutions, not just for the future, but with the future in mind. As I said earlier, my name is Ogo Ohaya Higbe, and I'm a principal legal counsel and head of capacity building at the African Legal Support Facility. So I'm going to bring insights from my work supporting African governments to develop legal and institutional capacity in areas like extractives and natural resources, energy, infrastructure, PPPs, and sovereign finance. All of this with an emphasis on inclusion and innovation. So our topic today, which is decolonizing and diversifying public institutions in the context of youth and intergenerational innovation and in public service, invites us to rethink how we define leadership, how we value knowledge, and how we ensure that Africa's public sector reflects and responds to its people. We will consider this topic through the lens of youth entry pathways, intergovernmental leadership, and innovation mindsets for governance. I think I should first start by telling you a little bit about my organization, the African Legal Support Facility. So it's an international organization that was set up by the African Development Bank. It has 61 members made up of African countries and a few non-regional countries and some international organizations. I won't go too much into this because if you go on our website, you can find this information. But who is eligible for our assistance? We provide our assistance to all African countries. And the type of assistance that we provide is legal advice, technical assistance, and capacity building to African countries in the structuring and negotiation of complex commercial transactions, creditor litigation, and other related sovereign transactions. So with this context in mind, with this background in mind, I'm going to speak a little bit more to today's topic. Decolonizing public institutions is not just about eliminating outdated structures or symbols. It's about restoring cultural relevance and policy autonomy. So some ways to tackle this issue are to contextualize public service standards. We must reject the one-size-fits-all model of professionalism and leadership. Our governance frameworks must reflect African histories and culture, not imported benchmarks that ignore our local realities. We also should decolonize knowledge production. Research and policy making in public institutions should utilize African case studies and elevate community knowledge. Knowledge products, such as those developed by the African Legal Support Facility, which I shall mention later on in this presentation, should be more reflective of our diverse context. We also should advance language equity. And I think a speaker before this had mentioned the importance of the various languages, African languages in our professional context. The dominance of colonial languages in policymaking and service delivery, it limits citizen participation. So multilingual public service systems that integrate indigenous languages can increase access, legitimacy, and trust. For example, the ALSF has supported the government by translating certain laws and regulations from English into the local language. This made it easier for the parliamentarians to deliberate on those laws and implement them. We should also embed African norms in our policy design. There are some customary governance principles, such as Ubuntu, that was mentioned by the previous speaker, such as those principles that apply to land ownership and custodianship in certain areas. We should embed them into policy design because doing so can foster a truly African-centered style of governance. We also need to diversify representation. And typically, whenever we refer to representation, we focus mostly on gender and age. But we should expand this to actively include people from rural communities, marginalized ethnic groups. An earlier speaker mentioned traditional rulers, youth leaders, informal workers, and people with disabilities in public. We should incorporate them into public activities and decision-making processes. Talking about youth entry pathways, Africa's youthful demographic is a governance asset. Yet many young people find public institutions opaque and highly bureaucratic. If we are to build institutions fit for the 21st century, we must treat youth not as beneficiaries, but as builders. And I believe that this point was emphasized by the previous speaker. So we need to consider designing, we need to design structured youth pathways, such as institutionalized graduate programs, rotational professional placements, administrative fellowships, and national youth service schemes that will build real responsibility and pipelines for the youth into permanent roles in the public sector. We should also endeavor to link academics with public service. We can bridge the gap between higher education and governance by integrating public service attachments into university curricula and accrediting these service learning experiences. And then we should create youth innovation labs. This is similar to the sandboxes that the previous speakers mentioned. We can establish protected spaces within ministries and government agencies where young professionals can co-design policies, can test digital tools, and can explore reform ideas freely with the support of the government. Additionally, we can implement mentorship and sponsorship models. Beyond training, our youth need senior allies. So we can embed cross-generational mentorship and sponsorship into our institutional HR systems to ensure that emerging leaders receive due guidance and relevant exposure. At the ALSF Academy, which is our flagship capacity building platform, cultivates Africa's next generation of public sector lawyers. But we also encourage our government partners to create practical opportunities where these young professionals can contribute to real-time transactions and legal strategy, and not just observe from the sidelines. Leadership in Africa is still trying to grasp succession planning. That's the truth. However, we need to progress beyond this to intergenerational co-leadership models. And we can do this by co-designing leadership pipelines. We can institutionalize co-leadership opportunities in governance councils, on boards and institutions, where young and senior leaders can share authority and strategic vision. We should also facilitate institutional memory, and the capacity building work of the ALSF really supports this. We need to ensure that we systematically capture the lived experiences of senior leaders in our public institutions And we can do this through documentary and process archives and by mentorship dialogues. This will preserve wisdom and institutional conventions within the public sector. We also need to normalize age diversity in leadership. We need to challenge age-based leadership stereotypes by promoting effective young leaders in governance and by making age diversity a performance metric for inclusive institutions. And we can apply multi-generational training models where training sessions should include leaders from all career stages, such as we do in our capacity building workshops from basic to intermediate to experienced professionals. This will enrich the learning and build understanding across hierarchies. One thing I'd like to mention is that the ALSF is currently piloting an intergenerational mentoring initiative under its African Legal Expertise Advancement Program, where early career lawyers will engage directly with veterans of the profession, learning not just theory, but also the practical lessons of government transactions and leadership. I have a slide on this later on, but I'm not sure I'm going to have enough time to expand on it. In public service, true innovation is about adaptive learning and systems evolution. It's about shifting from rigidity to dynamic problem solving. Some enablers of innovation mindsets are establishing safe zones for experimentation. Again, this is a reference to the innovation labs and the sandboxes. As I mentioned earlier, we can create policy labs or closed environments where teams can test solutions, prototype services, and learn intuitively, especially from their mistakes. We should also try to celebrate process, not just outcomes, because this is another way of learning, by rewarding teams that document lessons from failed initiatives, not just those with perfect implementation. This will encourage reflective practices across government departments. We also need to leverage local wisdom and digital tools together. A previous speaker had spoken about AI. Innovation lies at the intersection of tradition and technology. So for example, we can consider ways in which to use AI to amplify rather than replace local knowledge systems and community practices. At the ALSF, we're applying this mindset in how we digitize legal training across borders with our various accessible technology platforms and our virtual trainings, how we use case studies and simulations for contract negotiation practice, and how we develop model toolkits that support our governments. So this is an example of some of the capacity building work that the ALSF does. We deliver practical workshops for negotiation teams and government legal professionals. We also provide transaction facilitation tools. Some of the innovative and digital initiatives that we have at the ALSF Academy, you can see the link there. And our legal repositories, AMLA, which is the African Mining Legislation Atlas, and APLA, which is our African Petroleum Legislation Atlas. We also have a series of handbooks, a journal, debt guides, and PPP comparative analysis, all of which are available on the ALSF website. I had spoken a little bit about the ALSF Academy, which is our flagship 3-tier legal capacity building program, which is targeted at young professionals and youth. So as you can see, it also touches on these key points of youth empowerment, knowledge exchange, and it creates a lasting impact. Due to the time constraints, I will not dive deeply into this slide, but the slides have been shared with the NSG, so maybe they can be disseminated to those who might be interested. I also spoke about our African Legal Expertise Advancement Program, which is a new initiative that combines the platform of the ALSF Academy, but also with mentorship, internship opportunities, actual training to deliver a cohort of leaders that are ready to implement transactions at the end of the program. So these are some of the things that my institution is doing to support African governments in empowering the youth to be innovative, to be intergenerational, and to promote youth leadership in our public sector. So as we future-proof our public institutions, let us remember to focus the values we choose to center. Our commitment must be to a people-centered and socially aware form of public service. I would encourage us to champion youth as co-creators in policy, not just future leaders in waiting. I would encourage us to institutionalize intergenerational trust, where every age group has space to shape and steer. And I would encourage us to redefine innovation as courage and continuous learning, not just code and tech. Most importantly, we need to root our institutions in the local African context and realities. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this dialogue.
Thank you, Olga, for sharing your experience and the work that you're doing to help the youth. We're seeing, as with Dr. Ben Shams, the actual projects that are done to include the youth in what is done to find solutions for our governments. So this, we take it as part of the notes as we come up with solutions. How do we make sure we professionalize the state? I want to thank all our participants, especially those that are online, are not in the room. We're gonna take a lunch break now, a 45 minutes break. So 2 o'clock, we will start again and continue the discussion. We want to hear more of your voices when we come back as well. Thank you. Enjoy your break. And thanks so much for our international guests that have joined us and presented. Thank you.
as a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis. We would
knowledge everything we to school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learners. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South. And
ensures that parents that they interact with the service receive a fast and effective.
When problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state's capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a citizenry as the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical, and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive
No, maybe I understand. The people are not the performance. I understood why, and I think it would be. Okay, welcome back. This is after lunch, and I hope you still have energy to do this. Okay, maybe to just check quickly. We want to welcome those in the room and online. We've got a short activity for those that are in the room, just to get you moving a bit. So you're gonna go and greet someone in another table and just understand where they come from. Just, and I'm timing you. So you move around, we are doing networking. This is what's called networking, but in a speed dating fashion. Got 3 minutes, and if you at least get to 2 people in the 3 minutes. For those that have just entered, we're doing speed dating, greet people around the table. I'll tell you when the time is up, around the room. Hey. Yeah. Okay, thank you for participating in this networking, speed dating. So how many people did you get to speak to? Just by show of hands, 2, 3, got 4, 3, 5. This one who's got more than 5, you didn't speak to people properly. You did, okay. No, thank you. We're just making sure they were digesting the food so that we are awake as we continue with our section. Colleagues, you'll notify me if you are ready for me for the online next presenter, but ready? No, Noted. Okay, so since they are delayed, we are gonna do a reflection. Remember, I promised you time to talk around the different topics that we've spoken to. We didn't talk to the technology and digital state, where we had those Dr. Eric Lee and Mr. Johan Krinsch. They spoke to us. Oh yeah, even from the Fisher Public Servant, we didn't discuss Dr. Nono's presentation and Dr. Jürgen. There was something interesting Dr. Jürgen Pillay spoke about, saying us national and provincial need to get out of our offices and go do service. No? And he talked about something that I needed the NSG to note, but it talked about reimagining how we're doing Kayedu, because Kayedu now we go and diagnose the problem. We're not going to serve. So it's something, a tweak, yes. As much as it's important to diagnose the problem, let's go be of service and see what are the problems, and especially policymakers so that they know what they're doing. It's about to make sure that the policies that we are developing and solutions are co-created with the people that we're trying to do those ones. I'm trying to help you remember what we talked about so you can come up with your solutions. And he said, we must build the trust, but we can do that when we do the things that we promised. You know? Dr. Nono talked to the issue of doing the right thing and keeping our promises, linking to what Dr. Jürgen said. And she talked about principles and values that we need to live by, being humble, listening beyond the words. You know, reading the environment of the person coming from and all that, so that when you come up with a solution, it's not what they've said only. You are preempting what they would also need. Being collaborative leaders, so much so that we work as a unit in government, not as different silos. So I need to understand what the other departments are doing. So when someone comes to me for a problem, I can be able to speak with authority and understanding of how they can be helped somewhere else and connecting them, not push them there. Work with them until they get a solution. And said we must have unquenchable, no, you can't quench the thirst for knowledge, and we must stay curious. And that word for agility came up again. We've heard it, it's one of the threats that is coming up, and responsiveness is one of the threats that is coming up. Be firm, not be afraid of our leaders, so that we're able to give them the right advice, because we're professionals in our field, and that's why we're here. They are here to also learn, and we must mentor the young people. Some of her responses, should I go to everyone? No, let me allow you to speak. I do have notes for Dr. Lee, Johan, Dr. Rashid Bensham, and yeah, and our beautiful young woman, Oko. She also spoke with, you know, implementable things that we can look at for the young people. So I'm opening up to the room. Can I see your hands? We're coming up with solutions, not questions, remember. What are the things that we need to implement? Okay, table behind Marja. You've had a chance. Can I come back to you? Take new hands. Okay. Behind Marja, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. Okay, let's stop there. Then I can come back because I won't remember everyone. So the first one, please don't forget to introduce yourself. And we're going to take some questions from the online as well after this round.
Thank you very much. My name is Salome Poshia Malowa. I'm the IIC from NSG, and it's really a privilege to be here. And looking at what has happened from the morning, linking to the future public service or becoming the future public servant, linking to the values that the minister also spoke about and other speakers, and also looking at how we can professionalize that. And I'm concurring quite a lot with what the speakers have said. However, we need to foster a culture and an environment that will definitely help us to strengthen these values that we talk about, these ethical principles that we talk about, from the basic to the higher education. We need to start instilling that. Now we look at our basic education from your primary school, your high school, looking at how our learners, our students are bullying each other, they are stepping each other, killing others. It really reflects quite a lot to say, like we have said, that, charity begins at home. However, remember, it takes a village to raise a child. So even if as a community member, you see behaviors that are not acceptable, how do you go and reprimand those kind of things to that particular neighbor, neighbor's child that you see? So it's quite important that, we look at all those things, and that will be also sharing and showing that we are very much capable of, reflecting quite a lot on us. And on the issue of technology and digital state, definitely, we are moving as a country. Normally in my trainings, I'll also share some of the best practices, best things that we do. You look at Home Affairs, things are now quite better. You don't need to stand on the long queues. You can make an appointment online. You go there within, an hour, you are done. Within 2 weeks, if you're applying, or a week sometimes, if you are applying for your passport, you are able to receive that. So it's not as bad. However, we can improve quite a lot in terms of ensuring that the entire community utilize our online system, because we say we want to go paperless. We don't want people to stand 4 a.m. on the long queues to receive a service from us as a public servant. The same thing with our license department. However, now, you'll brag about things in your workshops, and now come challenges with some of the technologies that we use. As you know, we have a crisis now with our license department, with the machine, that is broken, and there is a lot of backlog. However, the system also is also quite good, because you can just make an appointment online, you do the payment, you just go to wherever station that you're going to renew your things, then things becomes quite easier. So I'll say that as South Africans, we're not doing quite bad. Even with your SARS, you can do it at space of your time at home. You're able to do all those things. Even with Tshwane, our municipality, their e-systems, e-service systems is quite good. You want to pay for your municipal bill, you just log in there, you do the payment, and you are done. You don't need to go to their offices to do those kind of things. So I'm thinking that, for us as a country, in terms of technology and digital, we are on that process of digitalizing things, although there are challenges there and there, especially when we have to look at the exclusion of those illiterate people when coming to technology. Remember, other areas in the deep rural areas, we still have challenges, networks, it's quite challenging. Other people don't even have smartphones, because with your smartphone, you can do almost anything. So it's still quite a challenge. And I think another challenge around technology that I'm seeing is cyber threats, but how do we ensure the public that whatever information that they are putting in there is protected? Remember, even some of the things that we do, especially with the things that require you to put in even your PIN, your codes from your cards and all those things, how protected are you from that? So we need to make sure that, and also put trust to our public to say that whatever that they do, their data will be protected at all costs. So that will help us quite a lot. And I think also as a country, we need to be citizen mindset, putting the citizen first, which is going to help us also to rebuild trust, where we are going to improve accountability, where we will also deliver, service to our public. And most of the time, I like what they've also, other speakers spoke about. Most of the time in my, workshops, I always tell, our audience that, sometimes we need to act like FNB. If you look at the slogan for FNB, it says, how can we help you? And that's one of the speakers said, to say, we should not just go there to the people and say, this is us, this is what we are going to give you, but how do we work with the people? So how do we customize that this particular village or community is in need of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The only time we'll know what exactly is their needs is when they tell us what is that. So
Thank
those
you.
are some of the things that we definitely look at. Let me just rush a little bit. The last
We need
point.
to allow the others as well.
I know. The last point is just that we did so many presentations without, deliberating on that. The last part on the decolonization, we had 2 presenters. And this one, I'm going to speak to the minister about it. There was a statement that was made to say we cannot build what you cannot measure. And with this, on the same topic, there was also the young lady that you spoke about, Olga, who spoke about how youth can be part of all this process. Yes, we have internships. However, the internships that we have, how do we measure that these people that are there for a year in our departments, they are able to learn what we want them to learn about government? Are we not frustrating most of our youth? Because most of the time we are delayed in terms of digital things, technology, how we do things. We are laid back. Are we not creating more frustration for our youth in terms of all the systems, especially our administrative process within government? So those are the things that I'm putting out to the minister to say, how do we go back and measure our internship programs, whether it does have an impact and an effect that we want to achieve from these young people that are joining our public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm taking that 5 first, then I'll come back for a second round. I'm noting you, Mrs.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dlamkile Pumlani. I am an independent contractor. I'm not bound to any institution. Greetings to the minister, deputy minister, and all the dignitaries. What I wanted to say is, Chair, we need a skills
Let me disturb you quickly. Yes, Minister is saying time management. I must give you 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Then time you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak from my experience. I believe that the integration between the higher or the education departments and the public service, it must come into life. It must not be a word-based, but it must happen. Why am I saying this? As my sister said, basic education and higher education, they feed the public service with people. Now, the question would be, what type of a public servant do we want? I'm hope I'm making sense. Now, when we have identified the type of a public servant, the person who has right skills, right qualification, values the love for the people, then I think the curriculum will need to be reviewed, because people come out and go to the public service because higher education and basic education, they don't prepare us well to be public servants. So I think it is important that this integration must work together, because I believe it will be very helpful, because for example, I know lecturing and research. I've never been in the public service. I have an interest to work in the public service. I wrote something on an article that I published. This is what I wrote. I said that there is a need of building a relationship between all the departments of government, so that, I think it was said by one of the speakers, to know what are, for example, in Eastern Cape, there is an issue of floods. You've got departments that are in the Eastern Cape of government who are not doing anything to help with the mess that is there. There is a wrong information that there are 400 schools. And according to my knowledge, there are no 400 schools in Amtata.
but we need 5 billions. You see such a thing? We've got a lot of misinformation that help us, but that does not help us. But once the departments can work, in an integration, it will be very helpful. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next to you there, then we'll come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tepiso Sorokolo from DSEC. I'm not management, I'm not executive. This invitation got to me and I was excited to join. I want to comment on Dr. Nono Simelani's points or conversation where she was saying we need to go extra mile. I'm saying we can go extra mile. We are capable. We have good skills. We can do that. But I'm saying to the honorable ministers and the DMs and the executive, can we please look inside in our houses? Employees, public servants, we like to go extra miles, but our salaries, our circumstances are not favoring us. I would like to work until 7 o'clock, but when it's 4 o'clock, I check who's gonna go fetch my children, who's gonna do this and this. It's not like before, where we were in these structures, we have our grandmothers and a big family structures. She gave an example with the banks. Banks by 2:45, they close, yet their salaries are very good. As we can stay behind, but our salary, we still cry. We're not in a good state of mind. And we are capable, we have skills, and it's sad, everything that was given to us, bonuses are taken away. Now bursaries that have been taken away, like remade, and we are capable and we like to do more.
Thank you. Okay, there was a hand, yeah, same table. No, the gentleman first.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. As I've indicated, my name is Nyoni. What one would say is that all those things which were said, especially by all the speakers, are not new. Perhaps the new part might be the technology part. But I know it might sound controversial to say this world is full of people who say things they do not do, or do things that they don't know. That's what characterizes our world. But what is critical and important is that we must become what we say, and we must become what we do. I like the aspect that one of the speakers alluded to, which is similar to what the minister alluded to, the depoliticization of the public service. You know, Minister, there's one saying which I believe shaped my life to an extent that I still believe in it, that an army of sheep led by one lion will always defeat an army of lions if they are led by a sheep. Which means your leadership at this point is very critical, because it's going to actually determine the quality of those that are, those of us who are in the public service. To credit you, I heard that there were 3 friends of mine who were working for different ministries and did not meet the requirements. And when they wrote to you, you vehemently refused. That is the kind of attitude that we need, an attitude that would say we would not allow mediocrity in the public service. Now that my time has come to an end, thank you.
Thank you. Can we take Red, then we come here in the table next to Faith. That will be the last hand in the room.
Thank you, Program
For now.
Director. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, and all the protocol observed. I am Chief Deputy Commissioner Cynthia Ramuli for Remand Detention Correctional Service. From the executive. I wish to first acknowledge that the purpose of today is more on the future of the public servants. What I would like to sponsor is that there is a need to revive the programs that are integrating accountability and enforcing the application of the ethos of professionalism, especially for those who are wearing uniform like mine. The police, the correctional service, the metros in the local government, the SNDF and so on, we need to reinforce back the culture where you don't find a uniformed person smoking while wearing uniform. And that can only be done if the Public Service Commission, Public Service Department, together with all those partner departments, are bringing back the culture of respecting the professions where they are. Now, how do we do that? We re-engineer the introduction of our professional course led by the National Schools of Government. Well, all the learnerships, all the internships are finished with their 18 months. They will then all again go back to the School of Government. We are doing it in the correctional service, but it's not yet perfect. There is introduction to project management that is run by NSG. All the learners who are from this AFT and so on, who are able to access computer, they are compulsory advised to enroll into the program. Our DG also just now has now enforced the ethics model that all the level 1 to level 12, it's compulsory just like Nukela. Now we want to say, NSG, when you go back, do it to every official who is level 1 to level 12, and all the local government must enroll to that course. You may have to advance it and module it for local government or for cluster departments, but it's very important, that module for everybody. So all the 18 modules that are on NSG, most of the 18-month learnership has to at least minimum have 6 of those courses. So if it becomes compulsory and you add this professional one, I think that would be. The last one is the issue on the professionalism. The image of each department that is dealing with administration is really not being reflected in the way that it's supposed to. Even the Public Service Commission, the public service itself, you will not have a distinct to say these ones are HR from the DPSA. You'll still struggle. So I will sponsor it in writing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Please send us in writing. You see, I was biased. You were singing us praises, so I was tempted to give you more time. Okay. As you are marketing for us, the last hand I'm taking here in this table next to Faith. Yeah, I said I'll come back to the second round. I see Bontle is also trying to blackmail me with her eyes there. I'll come back to you next time.
Hi everyone, my name is Gerda van Dijk. I'm from the School of Public Management and Administration from the University of Pretoria. I have 2 reflections. The first one, I've heard throughout the morning it being spoken about not attracting the right person to the public service. How about DHET, DPSA, upping the classification of the social sciences to be equal with the STEM, and to recognize that critical thinking is a social science attribute. It is not something that you're going to necessarily learn in the STEMs. That's my first. And I've had the privilege of doing a lot of field research in rural areas. And my question always when I do research in schools or in clinics, how come the principal of that rural school does not take their children to that school? Why do their own children go to another high school, preferably a private high school? If you can't have the pride of where you work and in instilling the quality of your work, then maybe we should look at grassroots level as well, in terms of not just the leadership, but also those at grassroots acting and being professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I say a last thing?
Okay.
We
still
see
have
this
these 3
often with
seconds.
our students that go to work in the public service, and they give us a lot of feedback. The thing that they do not experience in the public sector is psychological safety. And they are not going to act up or speak up until that is there. So I've heard a lot being spoken about integrity and compassion and all of the fantastic values and attributes we want from our public leaders, but the safety is really important.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that got an opportunity to give your inputs. We will give you another round. Just want to take some of the online reflections that we had for the early morning session. Some are asking about the presentations, if we will share the presentation. For those speakers that prepared presentations, we will do our best to email them to you if you're registered and we've got your contact, together with a link for the recording for today. Then Renee said around the issues of governance and ethics in policy and implementation. She asked how policy frameworks in public administration can be designed to balance rules, which is the structure, and values, the purpose, warning of excessive regulation versus value-driven disorder. So that's something to think about. Another one from Zonyane, on the issue of traditional leaders and local government reforms. He raised concerns about the gatekeeping role of politics in integrating traditional leaders. He queried whether the Symposium or the NSGS contributed to the discussion document on the 2026 white paper on local government, and also was so kind as to provide the link for that, which says we need to give more inputs on how that should work. Thank you, Zolani, for that. Anita Nels, on the role of professional bodies in public sector, says there's highlighted the willingness of professional bodies to support ethical training in the public sector, but noted barriers to implementation. Asked if there are any clear timeframes that exist for rolling out these training initiatives. Okay, that we will try and see if we can respond to. On the procurement reforms in innovation projects, Apostle John Mnguni asked, referred to Professor Makasakoto's example of space innovation and asked what alternative procurement models beyond traditional tendering have been successful in driving innovation and delivery. So what other options do we have other than tender that will make sure that we drive innovation and delivery? Thanks for those inputs. We want to move on to our next section. We will come back to more reflections as we go on. So the next discussion that we have, which is session number 6 on our program, is on ethics, accountability, and trust. We have in our midst Dr. Cassius Lubisi, who's a former DG, and he forgot that he told me not to read his bio to save time. So I'm reminding him that he told me that I must not read his bio to save time. Thank you. He's one of the fellows, distinguished fellow at the NSG, so we'll invite him to the podium, and he will have about 10 minutes to speak, and he will be followed by Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Professor Somadoda Fikeni. Prof, I'm timing you 10 minutes when I give you your time so that we can get the people speaking. So you'll follow after Dr. Lubisi. Dr. Lubisi, the floor is yours. Can we give him a round of applause? Yeah, you run it then. Yeah, it's easier when you run through that.
Yeah, it's going to be very fast. Minister for the Public Service and Administration, Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi Sheng, Dabezitha. And I then stand on all protocols that have been observed before. I'm going to try to be very fast. In fact, I'm very pleased that Professor Michael Katz was the first to speak, because he said almost everything that I'd prepared. As it shall be evident in my presentation, I will stick to the 10 minutes that I have been given. The role of ethics, accountability, and trust. Basically, what I have a graphic there which shows various components from creating a foundation for ethical behavior to instilling a sense of accountability. And I'll move to the next slide. Once again, as I indicated, Professor Katz cited Section 195 of the Constitution as the primary context for this discussion. We also have heard from many speakers, including the audience, that public confidence in state institutions has declined over many years, and it's not only in South Africa, by the way. There's a general apathy towards state institutions. And in fact, in South Africa, we are seeing this manifested largely through very, very low voter turnouts in our elections. It's people essentially opting out of our democracy. And the danger there is that they might just find other ways of engaging the country, which might not be very nice. Ethical lapses have eroded public trust. In many instances, we saw what the Zondo Commission said to us. The courts have made very serious pronouncements. In the next slide, I won't read it. Professor Katz read exactly what this slide is exactly identical to Professor Katz, and we didn't blend together. Why ethics matter in governance? Obviously, ethics guide conduct in very complex situations which we face as the public sector. We ensure that decisions serve the public interest. And again, Professor Katz raised this. We are acting in the public interest, not in our own interests. We must keep that in mind always. And ethics is about ensuring that we think of the effect of our decisions and actions or non-actions on those who are affected by the decisions we make. That's where you think. And again, it's what Professor Katz says, you are a fiduciary. You act in the interests of the people or the organization, in this case, the state, which employs you. Looking at a few challenges facing the public sector ethics. Firstly, one identifies weak enforcement of the ethical imperatives, such as the Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics, and other mandates which Professor Katz showed you. In many instances, we have inconsistent consequence management on ethical lapses in the public sector. We also see what is called ethical fading, which is a form of moral or ethical self-deception or ethical relativism that tends to manifest in ambiguous environments where ethical dilemmas are often not adequately and honestly addressed, where a person essentially says, no, I realize I'm not quite ethical, but actually there's a reason why I'm doing this. Like I receive an instruction. As Professor Katz said, you only are compelled to execute lawful instructions. And this is contained in section 197, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic, which says that within public administration, there is a public service which must loyally execute the lawful policies of the government of the day. It doesn't say you execute everything. It says lawful policies. So if you get an unlawful instruction, you are under no obligation to execute it. There's a lack of safe channels for whistleblowers, which the former Chief Justice Zondo raised quite sharply in his report. When we go to accountability, one of the key issues that Professor Katz also raises, the notion of accountability, which obligates those in positions of power to explain and justify their actions or decisions to the public and to take full responsibility for such. And he talked to the idea that you must, whatever decision you take, you must be empowered to take that decision. What authority do you have? Under what authority did you take this decision? Can you cite any law which enables you to take this decision? If you take decisions without a legal basis, without legal authority, you are acting ultra vires. And the courts will find you that you are acting ultra vires, you are giving yourselves powers you don't have. Now, obviously, accountability goes hand in glove with transparency. Transparency is key here, and there are various speakers from the floor who have spoken about the need for public-facing accountability metrics and dashboards. And that's one area where South Africa still needs to develop. I must be able to press in a public kiosk or somewhere on my computer, on my phone, to check how government is performing on some of its key commitments. If we say we're going to build so many roads there in this place and this place, someone sitting in Mahlabatini must be able to say, no, there's no such road. They must respond to you and say, you said you are going to build a road here. From where I'm living here, I don't see any road here. You don't need the AG to go and find out there's no road. Citizens can interact with you directly, and it's one of those things that the South African government needs to look at. I was asked to deal briefly with restoring trust through storytelling and media, and it's dangerous to do so with people like DG Pumla Williams. You start talking about things you're not an expert on. But safe to say that it is common cause that citizens actually don't trust so much espoused policies. We shall do this, we shall do. They much trust stories of what they see and what they hear. Your policy is one thing, but the stories or narratives are what shape public perceptions. I know the government entities have a love-hate relationship with the media, but my view strongly is it's important to cultivate healthy relations. There's always going to be a contest of narratives, but there's no point in saying, no, we'll stay away from largely the commercial media because we have different opinions. It doesn't work. Those who are in the know, if you don't feed the media will feed on you. it's crucial to understand. It's just a useful principle to keep. In recent times, I must say that the public sector has made great strides in the use of social media and other technologies, but there's always room for improvement. It would be wrong to pretend that we have not made any strides in that regard. We were asked to come with practical solutions to ethical professionalism, and I dare to try some of this. Firstly, we need to talk about practical steps to embed ethics in organizational cultures. And the minister spoke about integrity by design, essentially. Integrity should not be something that you kind of meet accidentally. It has to be designed into your organizational structures and culture. It's not something that you'll do by accident. Leadership by example, setting the tone from the top, and strict consequence management in cases of lapses. Strategic communication with staff and citizens, as I've indicated earlier on. Strong enforcement of ethical requirements, including the code of conduct. Regular ethical auditing and reviews, absolutely crucial. And deliberate education and training on ethical professionalism, as is done by the NSG, where we deal with the issues of ethical dilemmas that staff in the public service face. And as Justice Zondo posited, strong whistleblower systems are absolutely required in the private sector, in the public sector. Finally, just last month, on the 9th of May, 2025, the South African Association for Public Administration and Management, SAPAM, was recognized by SAQA as a professional body. It's simple. Professions operate on self-regulated professional bodies. The public service is not going to be different. If you are a lawyer, the Legal Practice Council is your professional body. You register with them. If you're a doctor, the Health Professions Council of South Africa, you must register with them. They expect that you have to keep a particular behavior. If not, they are going to go after you. You have every year to accumulate certain professional development points. If not, your membership lapses. Those kinds of things, if you are going to change to professionalize the public service, that's exactly what you need. You need a self-regulating body, and with SAQA's decision last month to recognize SAPAM as such, it does mean that if you as a public servant who's not registered with other professional bodies, if you want a professional designation, you have to be a member of SAPAM. You have to do what SAPAM says you must do in terms of professional development. If you go wayward, SAPAM can call you and say, listen here, you are alleged to have done this. They try you, as they try lawyers in the Legal Practice Council. And they can take your membership away. And once they take your membership away, government has the right to say, listen here, hey, you see your professional body has chucked you out. We now have to deal with you. So that's how all professions operate in the world. This public service, if it's going to be a profession, it will not be exempted from that kind of requirement. Now, I'm not going to go through the professional tools. I want to end by saying that ethics, in my view, must be both personal and institutional. Secondly, and finally, ethics must not just be taught, but ethics must be told, they must be heard, they must be enforced, and they must be lived. That's where I want to end. Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof.
Honorable Minister, the leadership of NSG, former DG in the presidency, and all those joining online. Certain things do happen to us on a Friday. I came here as a facilitator. As I was relaxing, then I was told, no, you are going to speak. You can imagine going to a boxing match, you are wearing your white shirt and a bow tie, then you are told, actually, here is the gown, here are the gloves. But be that as it may, since it touches on the issues that we talk about all the time, it has become second nature. And I'm happy that my brother has touched on a range of these issues, and I'll then be at liberty to just pick some of the issues, especially under this broad theme of reimagining a professional public sector, innovation, inclusion, and integrity for the 21st century, and with specific sub-theme ethics, accountability, and trust. We've come to a painful realization that if you are to talk of ethics, integrity, and related values, you can't isolate them. You must look at the whole ecosystem. What kind of primary socializing agents do you have? From family to schools, to religious institutions, to media. Those are the things that feed a human being and shape their character. If a family collapses, a child doesn't know what is wrong from what is right. A school stands very little chance of turning that person around. So that's the first thing that we should be looking at, the whole ecosystem that ultimately will produce a public servant who is a professional. If you don't attend to all those layers, levels, and the content, then you cannot aspire to have a moral code for a society or an ethos for public service. The second one is the fact that, as Dr. Luis has already indicated, all surveys, particularly in South Africa, the Afrobarometer, the HSRC, have shown a declining trust in public institutions. It used to be with politicians, it has gone to public service, now it's encroaching to the judiciary and constitutional bodies. And some in those surveys say, we don't mind exploring dictatorship or other forms of government if they were to solve our material conditions. That's where the problem is. Once you have legitimacy crisis in a youthful society like ours, what ought to be a demographic dividend could become a demographic explosion. You have seen in Kenya. You saw in the Arab Spring. It was when you educate young people and they get stuck in a cul-de-sac, they can no longer move forward. A young man in Tunisia graduate in engineering, was trying to sell, after trying everything, not getting any job, an engineer, trying to sell some fruits and other things. Then the police kept on harassing him, just decided to put himself on fire. That's how Arab Spring exploded. In a short space of 2 years, no less than 5 countries had collapsed. And now when we say the quality of life of any citizens or resident or even a visitor coming to invest is determined by the quality of the service they get from public service. There's no replacement for public service. So if the quality of life of people in a democracy is poor, there could be a number of reasons, but ultimately, their interface with a front staff member or a back office member, it's what defines their daily experience, whether in a municipality you want your bill to be corrected, water to come out of your tap, road to be fixed. It all depends on us. No private company can do that. No other entity but public service. Now, the problem with public service is that we have become masters of engineering conformance instead of performance. Where you know the template even if your eyes are closed, and you get clean reports. But the mandate for which you were created is not being fulfilled. You have a clean audit, but people are jumping over the sewer. Then people start saying, we don't even trust the tools being used. Because if an annual report shows all happy faces, what we've built, the great things we have done, and yet people say we can't refer to this piece of document because it doesn't talk to us. It's the elite talking to the elite, convincing themselves, and they've decided that everybody in the society is a fool. And to them, it's a PR exercise. And we forget what I often quote you, Minister, all the time, on one thing you have said. Most of us are here, we are earning salaries, we're part of the medical schemes, and so forth. One day we may not be in these positions. We will need these services, or we will need them for our relatives, but we'll find them wanting. And it will be too late to say, I wish I had done something when I was still in a position to do it. Once that conscience is triggered in you, you must know that ethics are returning back to you. But if it is not triggered, you are fine to get your pay progression, to get your contract renewed, to get your everything. You have just mastered the art of templates, submissions. Let's go celebrate, guys, we submitted on time. But we never say, let's go celebrate, guys, we left that community different from the time we arrived. So what we are talking about here, if we were to simplify it, it's not about ethics, accountability, trust, and all these other big words. How to make public service human again and have human conscience. isazela in my language. Just to feel like I could have done more or I need to change something. Minister, I was invited at short notice to Durban. There was a strategy session of an employment facilitation. They had been given 14 billion. I think they returned 13.5 for employment. When I asked, they said it's been the case since 2014 or something, or 2016. Not to have the conscience to say, I don't have the capacity. Please send this money elsewhere. Or let's look for smart partnership. But you are only content to just receive. In the next interview, you say, employ me because I'm a CFO who has been presiding over a huge budget, without the finishing line of returning it all back to where it started. As a country, we are borrowing 2 billion rands per day. And we are paying 1.2 billion per day servicing debt, sometimes not even the primary debt. Which means when you are a failing municipality in one province, travel 500 kilometers to do a workshop in Durban, conveniently a day before July horse racing. It's a failing, collapsing municipality. And you come back to the people and hope they will take you seriously. Because they can see you committing a crime on their behalf. All we could do, PSC issued these booklets. If you just open chapter 10 of the Constitution, section 195, it lists all the values, which if we were to adhere to, which if we were to check every program, whether it is in alignment, we wouldn't be talking about all these things. First one should be, we must have ethical professional public service. And yet I've sat in some panels where they say this is the best candidate in one instance, 27 years of experience, good, academic qualifications and so forth. And I knew this name, not through social media. The person had been expelled 5 times. You didn't need anything but just open Google. Here is not some rumor, somebody is accusing me. Decided cases in 5 different organizations. And that has reduced us, Minister, into an unfortunate position where in South Africa you fail upwards. If you fail, your future becomes bright. Because the chances that other people will say this one is a tried and tested person who can do wrong without feeling anything, therefore we need to reward this person with something greater. I'm not sure whether you are moving because you felt the word or it's because of the time. Because of the time. There are certain things, though, that we could do in the context of the new reforms, because we shouldn't cry as if nothing is happening. Cabinet approved professionalization framework. and it is saying exactly what Dr. Lubisi was saying. Every person should belong to a professional body. You are in supply chain, you are in HR, you are in any other unit, project management, so that your certificate of practice can be withdrawn when you start being a rogue figure, even if those in your workplace are trying to protect you. The other one is the integration of information, and let it be digitized and integrated so that if you have done something wrong in the Eastern Cape, you don't reappear as a born again in Mpumalanga. You say, here I am new. We know that you were a carnivore. You say, I'm now a vegetarian. As soon as you get appointed, then we see you sitting with a fork and knife and a steak. You say, I couldn't help myself. The reason is because chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. Dawson says this, Warren Buffett keeps repeating it. Some people have learned certain ways. They no longer know how to do differently. They would rather subvert the system, override the system, and find justifications. To be ethical, it's when you don't externalize responsibility, but you say it starts with me. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the biggest challenge is not to change the world, to change your department, but to change yourself. Then it will be contagious. But the moment you say, no, I'm doing this because it's my leader, it's because it's my minister, it's because it's my DG, it's because of the organogram, it's because of all other factors except me, that's where things go wrong. Then the challenge is how to learn, unlearn, and relearn, as Alvin Toffler said. Because some people have learned a certain way of doing things. You try to tell them, don't put these scores, you say we will achieve 2, when you know every year you have been achieving 8, so that you overachieve. Don't have this conspiracy of scoring yourselves 3, 3, 3, 3, because you don't want to underachieve, you don't want to overachieve, but you want just a 3 so that you could get your pay progression, it could be said you are performing and so forth. People are watching, because that's more like a hypnotic session, not a performance assessment. So that shift is quite important. These values, I won't go through them, but learning them, because it says people should be consulted when you are helping them. Most of the time, people in a village just see a truck delivering bricks. They wanted water, you say, here is a community hall. And you do not even ask them whether there are graves where you are going to put that community hall. You start wondering when there is revulsion within society. Transparency. Diversity consciousness. Efficiency in the use of human resources, and many, many other things. We can't ask our secretaries to be ethical when they see us saying, Google something in Mexico so that I can be invited into Mexico. And they see that the ticket there you are using, the allowance, is more than their salary. Now, as part of leaving this place, as Pindi is now coming up, we may have to think some of the things we embraced in 1994, hoping we were transforming. When you close a teacher training college, a police college, an agricultural college, and say you'll find all these in a university. I've been in the university sector for decades. When you walk in as a teacher, we don't teach you where you stand, how you fill files. First day, we teach you the pedagogy of the oppressed, Paulo Freire, and all other theories. We may have to ask ourselves, every primary school had a school garden, handwork. Those small things trained human beings on how to be disciplined, what values are there. There was sewing. Today, you lose few stitches. You start saying, hey, Apilama Nigeria's on Tungela. How did we de-skill ourselves? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lubisi, for your input. I like that wherever I go with you, you always respect my time. And then we must speak to Professor Fikeni and thank him for his contribution. But he always does this to me. Doesn't skip to time. Yeah, but we appreciate your inputs around these topics. I know, let me not comment on this too. Actually, well, my reflection was that you actually have a calling to be a pastor. When you come here, you had a few notes, then something possessed you, you went overboard. But very good reflections that talk to us and the conditions that we find ourselves. I'm gonna ask Ms. Pumla Williams. She's also former DG, but we agreed we're not reading the CV. She's a NSG fellow, senior fellow. Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon. I'm always the last, but I can't help to thank the minister. Minister, when you are the last person to present and you look around and you don't see your political principle, it's something for me that is remarkable, and I have to really appreciate you. Because we always say you lead by example. Public servants are known in these events that after lunch they are gone. Today you have taught a lot of us how much you appreciate their inputs. I have been asked to speak on a certain subject, and I think a lot of my colleagues have spoken to it. But I feel very strongly, Minister, to reflect on some of the areas that I think we somehow lost our plot. The previous speaker spoke about our constitution, what is expecting public administration to talk about. And in those principles of values in chapter 10, one of the most important issues that I wanted to reflect on is information. We say that information is power. We say our government is a government of the people, for the people. And we go as far as saying for the citizens to participate in governing, they've got to be provided with information. And here's my point on the first issue of empowering citizens to take responsibility of their lives, is how do we package this information? How do we make it accessible? And I want to say 1999, 2000, we had that understanding of diversity in our society. We knew that communities are not the same. And there was wisdom in saying that let us have information officers. and community developers. And I wanted to cite some of the most remarkable examples, because at that time we were rolling out the grants, the grants. And you go to right in the north of KZN in Guavuma. There were old people who were not getting that information that they can apply for grants. There were people in Tsentane, those who know the Eastern Cape, they were not getting grants. And it's these information officers that had to go down to their level and interact with them. And at that time, we were able to even pick up that there were some South Africans that have never had IDs. And they've never understood why they needed to have an ID. But those information officers were going down to their level. And that's what I call empowering citizens, because you had to explain to them why they needed to have an ID. There's a Makulu who was saying, Owapaya Makulu ifumeni grant, this one didn't. But she had to be taken through that Makulu had an ID, this one didn't have an ID. And that's how much we have really lost our plot. Because today we somehow think, bazayizwa kwi-radio, ukhozi luyatholakala, whatever. But I think it is unfair for citizens to expect to get information by having a radio. We have to invest in that. And then it comes to the issue of holding leadership accountable. Information that we get through the parliamentary hearings, that we get through the media briefing, surely we can't expect citizens to feel that we are accounting. We have to invest in how we hold citizens, our political leaders accountable. We have to find ways of investing in getting information to be packaged in a manner that will assist the citizens to know what you are doing. Because not many people are able to sit the whole day and watch the parliamentary channel and get that information of what is it that we are doing. The last element of information is the consultation. I think one of the speakers spoke about the consultation. Now that I'm a pensioner, I've seen how much we're robbing citizens with this consultation. There's what is called the IDPs. They swear the communities, local leaders that we consult. I've attended 2 of them. What they do, they sit there as officials with Bibles of paper. Then they say, right, for this ward, this is what we're gonna do. And you raise your hand, you say, but why are you doing that? Because we don't need it. No. I think it's decided by the council. The council has decided this is what is gonna be done. And we still do not crack the issue of intervention. How do we consult with the citizens? How do we do a consultation that will be meaningful for me as a citizen? And I thought that I wanted to shine a light on that. I also wanted to shine a light on bureaucracy. You know, in the public service, for as long as we have a bureaucracy that is not citizen-centered, there's no point in us saying that we are serving, we are wanting to work smart. And I keep saying that it's well and good to have systems that are going to enhance the way we work. But if we are going to have systems that are going to make people to say, you know what, it was even better when they were still writing, recording us on paper. So that kind of bureaucracy, I'm not sure it is helping the citizens of this country. The procedures, and I think a lot of the crisis we have with the procedure, it's these procurement systems. You know, and I think at some point it worked, and that's why I keep wanting to refer. You know, when we were doing these dialogues in villages, there was a stage when we used to organize some, I know now you are not allowed to have catering, but we used to have catering in these villages.
And Treasury was obsessed about tricotation. And here is a lady in the rural areas who's saying, I can slaughter 3 chickens and I cook pap and then serve you. But it became a whole us and them. This is what we want. Why would I want to go to Durban in the city center to get a catering company when there is a makulu there who's saying, I've got enough chickens, I can slaughter 3 chickens and cook pap, and I'm charging you even a fraction. But those days, I think Treasury was still very receptive to the transformation that we were talking about, because they were able to make a dispensation to say, how do you build an economy in these villages, and utilizing things like the examples that I was making. Fast forward now, until I left, there was just this obsession about tricotation, go out on tender, and there was a media buying. How do you go out on tender if you want to advertise in Sowetan? Because that readership is the one that you want. Until I left, it was an ongoing fight. And ask how they want us to do it. Go out on tender, get a media agency to buy that media space in that Sowetan, in SABC. Ask how much those media agencies were charging, 30% commission, because it's their handling fee. If I had been going directly to that newspaper, I would have actually paid the amount that all the other agencies are doing. Social media, until I left, they couldn't crack it because they were obsessed with the state tender board, what SDBs, what tender bullet, the boards, those things. Where will I get the owner of Facebook to fill in those forms? And what was the answer? No, get an agency to do it for you. I'm crossing my fingers, Treasury has resolved it. But these are some of the things for me that if we are to be conscious that we are serving the people, then we will begin to make progress in some of the work that we do. I also wanted to talk about the signature story. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be accountable, but the amount of time we waste in signatures, you are lucky if you get seven signatures, right from assistant director, right going up. And then when it gets to level 6 signature, that particular assistant director is not happy with a comma, it goes back. And they want to fix a toilet is blocked. And you are still waiting, and you are lucky if ever you are going to get all those around. In some cases, the person is not around, is in a workshop like some of us here today. So it means that that work is not going to happen. So for me, I think there are certain things that we need to be conscious of saying, do we really need these things? The other one that I feel very strongly, I'm hoping that in DPSA, they've resolved it. It doesn't help to recruit young people to come and work in the public service if we continue the way we do things. If you want to be an assistant director, by definition of the guidelines, you need to manage a certain number of people. Now, because you really want this person to be an assistant director, what is the next option you do? You split the work so that you can have 3 or 4 people to be managed. Imagine what it does to those 3 young people. There's no job satisfaction because she has to, this one, and I remember during my time, this one receives the first 2. The next one, he checks if it is filled correctly. The next one, he enters it. The next one, he approves it. Of course, this is what you want them to do. And all this work can be done by one person. And you get this young person from the university who has done supply chain, wants to have it as a profession. But then we're giving them this small work of checking the form of IFAS 2 from 8 to 4. And she does just that. Check, and it still doesn't solve the corruption that we have. So I'm saying that our bureaucracy has to be meaningful, has to help us to be accountable. It doesn't help if it is going to stifle the services that we are meant to provide to the citizens. Innovation. I think the other speakers have spoken about innovation, but I keep saying, again, it should be innovation that is citizen-centered. We are beginning to be known as an offline brigade. Previously, we used to be known as PESALs. But when you speak to anybody and you say, no, I work for government, they say, oh, no, the offline brigade. Because you go to Home Affairs, sorry, we can't help, we're still offline. You go to Deeds Office, sorry, we can't help you, we're still offline. Everywhere it's offline. Labor, person goes to check UIF, sorry, we can't help, we're offline. So that kind of innovation, it doesn't help citizens. We have to do it properly. It's correct, it has to be done, but it has to be done correctly. Most of the banks, because they use technology also, they've got a person online so that when they go offline, they know that it will be about 15 minutes and it will be sorted out. Why can't we have a system like that so that we don't have a situation where citizens feel that we are not helpful? The issue of interactive government systems. Somebody, I'm retired now, it's almost 2 years, but I still get somebody calling me to say, you know, can you help me? There was a cabinet decision that approved this bill. Do you know where I can find it? And you go to the website, it's a nightmare, it's a minefield. And all government departments have websites. It just needs a tweaking of making our websites to be interactive. Make it easier for the citizens. But because we make it for ourselves to archive, we don't make it easier for somebody who's in a university who's doing some research. What are the chances of that person who's going to get it, that particular statement that talks about that specific bill? So all I'm saying is that the moment we say it has to be a bill, an innovation that assists the citizens, then we would be cracking it. And also create an environment that allows public servants to be innovative. Most of the time we're found wanting with how we stifle young people who are fresh with ideas. And innovation only can succeed if we give people space. Let's not scare people to be scared, to not want to even explore innovation. And I think that's what it is. My last point, which is what on professionalizing. If you are having a public servant that is not citizen focused, and I'm not going to speak a lot on that one because a lot of previous speakers did speak about the professional public service or public servant. We speak about recruiting the right people. Our constitution is very clear that we are not going to go back to the politicized public service. But the manner in which we conduct ourselves makes one wonder whether are we still trying to do what we had said in our constitution we want to do, recruiting the right people, inducting the right people, mentoring the right people, and continuously training people. Because one of the things that I had found in government is that what you worry about as a DG is that as long as my 1% of a payroll for training is done, and then I'm sorted. But you have to make sure that that training that you invest in is a training that will change the manner in which you serve the citizens of this country. Promoting social cohesion. I think we have to make sure that a public servant that we want is a public servant that will understand what our preamble in our constitution is saying, what kind of a society we want to build, and what kind of injustices we want to correct. And as long as we don't do that, we are not going to be found wanting, will be found wanting. And the last issue for me is the unions. And I've spoken, and Minister, if there's one thing we can try and even action, very often we have a summit with the unions on salaries, but we need to have a summit on service delivery, because I honestly think that unions sometimes they go overboard with salaries and forget about the citizens. It can be correct that a person is going to be represented by a union for being absent for days, not opening to serve the people of South Africa. And the union wants to take a stance that he has a right to be away from his office. And most of the time, a person knows he's got a deadline, she should have finished that thing. And he just go a whole, and then the union comes. And I'm saying that we need to have a conversation. At some point, I'm not sure whether they still hold that, ISATU had taken some resolution in their conference that they will no longer represent a teacher who has been found to have abused a child. I don't know whether they still do that, and we need to have that kind of a posture with NEHAO and PSA, that they have to take a stance on anybody who is abusing a citizen, who allows a mother to give birth in the gate because it was already 4 o'clock and it was my knock-off time, and the union take a stance that yes, she knocks off at 4 and leaves the mother to give birth on the street. And those are some of the issues that I thought I should flag, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pumla. Thought-provoking and challenging has on a lot of issues there as well. We want to do the last short video, then we open it up for discussion. So we're on the section that talks about local, it's an open discussion on local, global, and post-conflict perspective. We've got a short video to play for you. Then from there, we're opening up for the reflections on all the other speakers. This of what has been said, what are the things that we're taking forward? Remember, we're looking for ideas to implement going forward. Okay. While she's putting that on your tables, you've gotten a QR code there, a red one that's got a survey to give us some feedback on the symposium. Please do give us your feedback. Okay.
Globalization is sort of rebooting itself in all sorts of ways to try to take into account the geopolitics of today. I'm Robin Iblett. I was director of Chatham House for 15 years through to summer of 22. And now I'm a distinguished fellow with Chatham House, CSIS and Asia Society, and I do a bit of advisory work on the side. Well, a lot has happened, and I think probably the biggest thing to say, the biggest difference from that time is that 2007, when I first became the director of Chatham House, was a time of promise, in particular promise around globalization. Very quickly, we tipped into not promise, the global financial crisis in 2008-9, but countries came together. G20 was formed as a leaders-level summit. We had great cooperation between China China provided the stimulus America and Europe couldn't provide. We kind of transition on global economic fantasy and
I think the Wi-Fi
resilience.
is not helping
But
us.
as I came to the tail end of my time, 2015-16, we suddenly realized that one of the big trends was that there had been real losers from
Okay. The technology does not want to work with us, which gives us more time to have a proper discussion within the room. We've had, after lunch, a few discussions. I know there were some hands I didn't take earlier on. Hope they're still in the room, who will take them. So we're going to reflect on all that has been said throughout the day up till now. And on issues of globalization, we could not get the full video there, but there's a lot that affects us, that happens outside our system, that affects what we do. And I know, yeah, US right now is the worst kind of influence of what happens around us. Let's think around those issues. How do we position ourselves as well to do better in the public service with all those challenges that we're faced with? Okay, can go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mbosi Ndlovu, and I'm from SAICA, the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. So I think for me, it's just a very short one. It's just to say, as a young professional, personally, I've made a decision to, of course, build a career through the public sector. As a young chartered accountant, of course, I trained in the public sector. And I then, of course, went to get, other experiences in the private sector to learn sort of what other things are they doing, especially around digital transformation. But now I'm back looking after public sector and driving a growth agenda for upcoming young professionals as well. So this is just to say, I'm one of the people, and I represent a whole lot of young people that do believe in professionalizing the sector and building careers in the sector. So this is a message, of course, as well of support to the House. Today is SAICA. We support government's agenda to professionalize the public sector. And of course, we pride ourselves, of course, with our competency framework that we use to develop young leaders to become professionals. And our professionals do also take part in the public sector, and we'll continue to support government's drive in making the sector professional. So this is just a message of support and to say thank you all and everybody who's put this together. And as a young person, we buy into the vision, and there are more people coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I take you, can you go to this one? No, can I get new hands? Then I'll come back to you, my brother. The lady in the green. I just want to read two from the online, then we take her. We had Renelle D raising a question, how to foster a culture of empathy, accountability, and ethical service among public officials, emphasizing the need for citizen participation and mechanism for voicing concerns. And the other one, Mokadi TP, asks, what's the role of government departments in facilitating access and licensing of AI tools for public servants? I'll come back to the others. Let's take.
Okay, mindful of the session that we've just had now, but I'm also just wanting to pick up from the last session that we had before this last one. Firstly, just to explore perhaps the concept of activist civil servants, because I suppose perhaps we can start seeing people being bold and being firm and being decisive and be more ethical in what they do. But then the second part that I wanted to comment about, linked to what we said in the last session about interns and internships and how they work and how they benefit us, to say that I think when we talk about intergovernmental relationships and collaboration and partnerships, it really has to be meaningful and effective. And in this connection, I just want to give a simple example. For instance, in terms of when we're looking at our problem of GBV, we need to make sure that DSD and DWIPD are working together, perhaps with the Department of Basic Education as well. Where the internship is concerned now, when one was with DSD, what we did was to institutionalize sessions of gender sensitization and GBV prevention workshops for 3 days to ensure that on a yearly basis, when we have the interns that are taken in, they're going to be trained in that, because those people, they come in, as one of the colleagues has said, just for that year, and you don't know what happens to them after that. So if we institutionalize that in terms of the training, so whichever training that you'd want to capacitate with them, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Coming to the front.
Thank you. I forgot to indicate who I am before. I'm Mogaole Tswalo from the National School of Government. I'm going to make a reflection on Dr. Simelela about self-introspection, specifically linked to corruption. When we talk about corruption as public servants, we usually look at the politicians, but then we forget to reflect on ourselves, because to me, I'm going to be controversial. I think we are the ones who perpetuate corruption because we are the implementers and the custodians of these policies. So when we point fingers, we don't reflect on the contributions that we are making as the public servant, because the ministers are not the ones who are doing supply chain processes. If you get an unlawful instruction, why don't you think about yourself first as a public servant? And then coming to being empathetic, we should, first of all, before you can be a public servant, you must remember that you are a community member. So you should understand the things, the needs of your community. But we can only do that if ever we are active participants in our communities. In this room, how many of us who are involved in community issues? Are you a ward committee member? How often do you go to stakeholder meetings? And then when you go to those stakeholder meetings, and then when you feel that maybe somebody is out of the scope of government, or maybe they are telling lies, are you able to stand up and call that person to order? I think it should be a duty of each and every public servant to be an active participant in their communities, so that we can be able to hold government accountable. Because if you don't go to those community meetings, you will never know the needs of your communities, and you cannot be able to hold government accountable. And then when coming
Time.
to
Time.
Yeah, just a last point. I wanted to talk about the role of academia and media and other stakeholders.
Very short.
We tend to forget about the role that is played by the academia when coming to governance issues. I always, when I go to the community meetings, I always reflect on the scenarios 2030 that was presented by Prof. Somado Dafiken, because when he presented those scenarios, it was like he's a prophet, because everything that is happening right now and the current state that we find ourselves as a country, it has been reflected in those scenarios. So hence I'm asking a question of saying, when do we listen to the academia, to the media, to allow them to help us to be accountable, and also to be able to reform policies based on research that is being done by the academics.
Thank you. Okay, Faith, then we'll go to the back. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I've got few comments, but I'll try and make them shorter. The first one, I think I'm going to comment in terms of the presentation that was done by Dr. Lubisi. My comment there is the issue of the professionalization, being part of professional bodies and the role that professional bodies are playing in the country. The government does not have money to establish many statutory professional bodies. And I think Doc put it right to say self-regulatory, I think is right, so that we as public servants, we can belong to those. My concern here is that the framework was approved in 2022. And I remember when we were doing some consultations with the framework, we were told by participants that public sector service, they know us. We are so good in designing things and we don't implement. So one thing that is happening now is that what Dr. Lewis raised, SAPAM has been introduced, there are other professional bodies, but what have we done as the public sector to make sure that we enforce the same policies that we design? Why do you design and write nice things to have in a policy, sort of a mirror when we go, we present to portfolio committees, to whoever, but on the ground, nothing is happening. So that's one, to say we need to, I attended a session, I think it was on Monday or Tuesday, that was held by the NSG with the Chinese. We asked them a question to say, how is it possible for them? What mechanisms do they put in place to make sure that when a policy is introduced, it's applied consistently across their provinces, their municipalities? They said an invisible hand. Minister, you need to be that invisible hand because you are the custodian of the professionalization framework, so that in the public sector, come 5 years, would have implemented 100% of the requirements from that framework. And Prof. Fikeni, every meeting you spoke about the issue of the clean audits and that are not aligned to the service delivery. And the issue here is that what is it that we need to do to make sure that our strat plans, our APPs are speaking to the mandates? And the question is that if they're speaking to the mandates of the medium term, NDP and whatever, are they aligned? Are they actually done the way they were supposed to do? Because every year, yes, most departments are achieving, but there's no service delivery in the system. Lastly, I'm thinking that maybe the issue of consequence management needs to be implemented in the public sector, the whole public sector, so that people are held accountable to do their work. I wanted to say the last thing about the last presentation.
That was the last thing. Thank you, Faith. Faith, you know, we mustn't do this. We'll speak at home. Okay, the last hand there at the back.
No, thank you very much. I think I'll be speaking for the last time.
Yes, I'm also timing you.
Yeah, there's no gift of the spirit called trust. Trust has to be earned, and the trust is a product of durability and stability. So I am trying to say both to Dr. Lubis and Professor Soma Dr. Figeni, indeed it's true, because ethics is birth from character. Character is very important as it relates to what you are when no one sees you. So what is critical in terms of taking the entire process forward, Minister and Deputy Minister, is that we should understand they fell short of saying everybody is going to jail. The police are going to jail. Correctional services offices who have opened industries in the prisons are going to jail. Politicians are going to jail. Judges and magistrates are also going to jail. We have seen that. The list is endless. So what we need to do is to take this concept of the symposium to the various provinces that we have. Our preoccupation as we proceed in the 7th administration in an attempt to build a capable, ethical, and a developmental state is that we must be seen, all of us, you know, leaving our offices, our comfort zones, to go and actually preach this message. I remember as I close, there's one statement which was made by Jesus Christ, and it was profound. He said to his disciples, as you go, preach this message. And he mentioned the message. Why did he do so? He did that because he knew that they would be tempted to preach other messages. So the bottom line is that we would need the leadership that is here to reach out to the provinces. I think, how many provinces do we have? About 9.
As a wrap up.
Yeah, as I wrap up. Yeah, within a particular financial year, this symposium could actually reach all the provinces. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, everyone, for participating and giving us your ideas. There's lots of ideas that came through. We didn't want this symposium to be a complaining session, but to come up with ideas and innovation to try and move us forward. And there's some that we've collected throughout the day. But because of time, I'm not going to summarize them. Minister has agreed to come and reflect on what we've discussed today. So we're going to give him the podium now to reflect on the whole session. I want to thank you for being good throughout the day and participating. Even the things that you've put on the Mentimeter, we'll get that information to inform us on the next steps and the kind of things that we need to do going forward. So Minister will come up, then Maja will follow the Minister with the thanks for everyone. So, Minister.
I'm not coming to give a speech. I'm going to also subscribe to the 2 minutes time. There are 2 things or 3 that I want to say, colleagues. Firstly, I just want to thank everyone present here and those that are participating virtually for making your time and helping us to have this discussion today, because without your participation, we wouldn't be able to succeed in all our endeavor to try and help our government to do that which is expected by its citizens. I think from what I have heard here, I'm not going to repeat each and every person's contribution. Prof, Doc, it's high time that we confront issues. I always say where I come from, I'm privileged because I'm a prince. So there are things that anyone cannot say except myself. I've got that privilege, so I can disrupt things without any challenge or issue. Our biggest problem, okay, somebody here, I think it was one of the last, not the last speaker, the one before, spoke about issues of accountability. Everybody speaks about accountability. And worse is the authorities, starting from myself as a minister. What do we mean by accountability? Because the same people who have power to hold people to account, seeing accountability, but they are holding no one to account. Our biggest problem is that we are led politically and administratively by people who have second options, like Plan B. That is our danger in this country. You know, from the day public service attracts people without any option, we are going to see the difference we want to see. When I was appointed by the president, one journalist wanted to have an interview with me. I asked, what's it about? And she said, no, I want us to discuss about your department and what legacy you want to leave and all that. I said, you know what, I'm not a celeb. I've got no business to entertain that. I'm not in the business of self-profiling. I don't have any legacy that I want to leave in the department. Why that? And I said to her, because I'm in a business to build a state that will be able to take care of me when I can no longer. If we can have that mindset, so the kind of government, the kind of state we are building is the one that will be able to take it, but only us who do not have option B that can say that. Because those that have option B, when things collapse here, they just even take private jets and leave the country. From the day we fix that problem, we're not going to succeed. And as public servants now, academia and everybody, I'm putting a challenge to all of us. We can no longer continue lamenting. Time for lamenting is gone. How much are we using our power to influence the system to the direction that we want? You know, it's us who allow village fools to take charge. You go from a local sphere. Learned people and able people don't avail themselves because they think politics is dirty. Then they allow the weakest of us all to decide our fate. Our municipalities are on their knees. Everywhere else going up. Don't we have able people in those local municipalities? We do. But they are opting out because the system itself is designed to a point that it eliminates those people that are fit for purpose. Some of them are doctors, some of them are lawyers. In their politics, internally, Doc, you have led this country with distinction. DG, you've done the same. But now, if you go back there, because our system is designed to say you must come through politics to come and play here, are you willing to hold like a paper like this one with number one in a conference? And, okay, let me not say the post will be amounting as if I'm looking down upon people, but that's not what I'm doing here. You know, that person who quits school at primary to come and also have number two, then we vote. Out of 1,000 delegates, you get 10, and this person gets 990. Are you willing to subject yourself to that humility? You can't. Why? Because the person has money, can pass people, buy them liquor and everything. That is why we are where we are. We should go back and allow leaders, in a true sense of the word, to lead us. And those that are able, we don't have to subject them to a system that will totally reject them as if they are insane. That is our problem. Use your influence where you are. Get involved, like my sister was saying here, in community issues. That's where you must drive your narrative. That's where you must influence. Educate our people. You said, DG, as to what kind of leaders do they need so that they are not fooled by empty promises and people who cannot say put to a dark. So the last thing I want to say, I wish the PA was here, Prof. Last month, I got into the office. Because if we mean business, we must mean business. 8 o'clock, there was no one there, all of them. Because they thought I was not coming to the office. And they know that every time, even if we've got cabinet here, If it finishes at 1, I don't go to my residence to work from. I just drive to the office and work from office up until 4:30. Then when I got there was no one. I went out, then the PA came in 5 minutes after time. Then I said, "You too early for tomorrow." She thought I was joking. I phoned the chief of staff who had reported that she had a puncture to say, "Tell everybody who is not here, no one is here, to go back home, and they must not be paid today." Then they started to complain, saying, "But the department also come." I said, "I don't care. This is ministry. We must lead by example." So that accountability, if we do not enforce accountability, we must make people to just leave the system if they don't feel that they belong there. We must be a symbol of quality that only attracts quality symbols, nothing else. So here there was some of the table of reflection here said, what now? This is what needs to happen. It's management here. Government, Prof, must learn now the ability to hire and fire. Not fire willy-nilly, but those that don't want to be in the public service should not be here. Those that are religiously here because they consider public service as a calling, you said that, dog, must be incentivized. They must see the value of them and their sacrifices in the public service. Secondly, we need to stop coming with policies to address non-policy problems. Confront the challenge, hold the bull by its horn. We've got good policies on paper. The reason why we can't even implement them is because there's no need for them in the first place. But just because I can't deal with Dr. Mliko, then I must come up with a policy that will facilitate the whole public service. Why that? So that is one thing. Policy-related challenges, yes, come up with policies, but those that are non-policy related, deal with them deservedly. Oh, I've mentioned the issue of try to influence. But colleagues, there's so much at stake. One day, Prof was saying to us, where was that? In the portfolio committee, saying you've got people here, you've got the highest layer, which is DGs, DDGs, and then those that are below there, who does not know whether it's summer or winter. They don't even know whether this is a 7th administration or this is a second one. That's the reality. They are fixed on their computers, they don't care what's happening around. Hence this silo approach and systems that are not speaking to each other, because those that are dedicated to address that don't care, as long as they've ticked the box, for them it's enough. For your staying up until this hour, those that are here and participating, means so much to me. And I'm happy that the NSG actually organized this. But talk shows, we have had enough of them now. We've been talking, lamenting, and saying the same thing over and over. Even with myself having joined the department, I think I've made enough speeches now. I don't think I need to say anything now. All that I want to see is actions. That's all. My first meeting with the department, I'm going to repeat that when I sit down. I said, whenever I'm talking to them, they must listen to my heart. I said, if I stay for 2 months in the department or 5 years, all I want to see, that I will appreciate NSG and everybody. So you keep I said, let us create this paradigm shift Let us confuse South Africans. One day, everybody must wake up not knowing what has happened, but they must feel a particular change. When they ask each other, what has happened, Ngwali, trying to scratch their head, what has happened, someone must say, oh no, I know what has happened. We used to wake up at 4 to go to a SASSA office, knowing that we'll be attended at 13 hours in the afternoon. But today is 9, I'm back at home. If we can effect that change, we can all say we've done it. What I like, our president is very clear, DG. He's got clear intentions. He knows how we can save our country and how we can take it forward. So it begins with us as his lieutenants. It begins with me, as you said, Prof. That is why I'm here up until now. It's not only today. I took a decision. I said, this thing of being, I told them that I'm not even called a minister in my department. I'm Shenge. That's what I told them. Because this minister thing, I don't even know what it means. But when you say Shenge to me, you are really speaking to me. You remind me that I was born into public service. I'm here to serve, not to be worshipped. So, colleagues, there's so much at stake. You can have billions. We've seen billionaires. Today they are begging on streets. Money cannot buy you anything. But investing in the state can do us a lot. You may be strong today. I used to play karateka myself. I will jump floors and do all that. But today I can't even fix a club here because I'm very scared. I can't even get on the chair there. From that, I've learned something that you can't be strong today, but tomorrow you will be weak. So DG, as we have served our country and all of you here, let us create that legacy that will say, when you come to any government department for services, people will recognize you and say, this is what we have done. When you fly, whether to Cape Town or wherever in this country, seeing all these beautiful cities of us, you should proudly say, that is my work. Why? Because that same work, and you must get some returns on investment. So you can't invest 40 years of your time in working for the state, but only after 40 years, then everything has collapsed and you can't even get assistance from your own labor. That is foolish. So it means those that are here in public service, whether 10 years, you must know that we have been making an investment, your own investment. So come retirement, you must reap the fruits of that. But is your attitude going to guarantee that? No. But mine is definitely going to guarantee that because I've changed it. Not a policy of government, but myself. Dr. Siyabong, for your contribution. DG Siyabong, Prof and all our colleagues on the platform internationally, so and everybody, those that contributed here, we thank you. Prof said here, don't take instructions from us which are not lawful. Learn to refuse. Tell us straight on our faces. You see, my advisor is here, Dr. Mliku. What I like about her is that, Prof, she can tell me if I'm crazy. And I told her that to never engage with me as a minister. Because if you engage with me as a minister, you will first have to fold your hands, hey, minister, I don't know. I don't know, but you know. Tell me, Shenge, you are crazy, this cannot work. And I told her that I will never hesitate. If you mislead me, or you are scared to advise me properly, I will fire you the next day. She knows. So to save her work, she needs to tell me those things that I do not want to hear. But I'm much willing to hear those things. Thank you so much.
You know, Minister, unfortunately, I'm sitting next to Prof. Figeni. So as I'm coming here, he's saying to me, who will thank the thanker? Which is true, you know. So I'm not going to thank the thanker. I'm just going to say two things. I mean, I agree, really, talk shops must end. So I'll give you a quick anecdote. My son likes complaining. Every time I come to work, he said to me, but Daddy, you are always talking. When are you going to work? So it took me weeks, you know, I struggled to explain to my son what do I actually do. Then I remembered that I'm a teacher and I work for a school. So I went back to him, I said, no, you can't compare me to the others. I'm a teacher, I teach. You can't teach without talking. So I'm not like them. So that's how I survived that one. But the last one, Minister, as you were talking, I asked Google. I said to Google, what is a symposium? Because today we're having a symposium. So I asked Google, what is a symposium? And this is the explanation that Google gave me. And this is true, I'm not making it up. A drinking party, or convivial discussion, especially as held in ancient Greece after a banquet. So, I don't know, Minister, as we are closing, whether there are drinks. Thank you very much. All the best, everyone. The session is closed. You said photos. We are going to have a photo session. If we could all come up. Thank you very much for attending and all the best.